Good evening, everyone. You're watching Caught for Two. It's Saturday, June 27, 2026, 11 p.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me for a playthrough of one of the very latest new games from Cryptic Killers called Murder in Medieval Britain. We'll talk a little bit about our history with the Cryptic Killers series in a moment. But let's check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. YouTube says there are 11 viewers here. I know these 11 p.m. time slots are not the best for everyone, but they are convenient for me. It's easier for me to think when it's dark outside and no one's being productive. I feel like we get a little bonus where it's like we're vampirically absorbing the mental energy from the world while they're all asleep around me. But I know some of you are in Europe. Marco, Jonathan Warner, Theo, Dunsel, Susanna, Noah, Song of the Lute. We've got quite a history with the Cryptic Killer series, and I know there are some real fans of the series, including myself. There are about 12 or 13 cases, and I believe we've played all but 3 of them. The 3 we haven't played are Murder in Medieval Britain, which we're playing today. There's Murder of an MVP, which is a basketball-themed one. And there is a Peaky Blinders one, which is licensed from a TV show. They are one of the most consistently good cold case series that exist, and they've become my go-to for recommending to people who are interested in tipping their toes in the water and trying these kinds of games, just because they tend to be very well produced, very smooth, error-free experiences, and often very good in terms of setting up clues. Quite often, the Cryptic Killer games, more than most, have like one little subtle piece of evidence, and once we find it, it confirms everything we've thought. So more than most series, we're looking for the smoking gun with these. Now, they come in a range of difficulties, and we tend to like the harder ones. And if you look at the back of this one, you will see this is rated at 4 of 5. So that's good. That puts this up there with our favorite cases. I think most of our favorite cases have been 4 out of 5 and 5 out of 5. It's listed at a 3-hour playing time. Now, I don't remember. That feels like it's longer than normal. Am I wrong about that? Are they all listed at 3 hours? I feel like it's not normally 3 hours. Typically, when I play a game here on the channel, it takes us about 3 times as long. So that would make this a 9-hour game, which would be difficult to finish in one sitting, but not impossible. So I guess maybe we should get started here if we're thinking it's going to be a long game. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we get started? I'm curious how many people in the chat have joined me for these Cryptic Killers games. The Spamonite says the previous ones are between 2 to 3.5 hours, with most at 3. Okay, so this is normal. Noah says the Peaky Blinders case had nothing to do with the show, so you don't need to be familiar with the show to enjoy it. That's good. These games tend to have a small amount of internet. They also all tend to have this little gimmick where the internet access is gated by a password that you have to figure out. It's one of the weaker areas, but it's not a problem. And anything else to talk about? Anyone up to any interesting projects? I wonder if anyone here is watching the World Cup. I've been watching highlights. Pretty exciting stuff. I'm not normally a sports person, but I do like the World Cup. Anything else? No? All right, then I guess we'll just get started here. Let's remind ourselves of, it's been a while since we played a Cryptic Killers game, many months. So let's just remind ourselves, I was going to say remind ourselves of the rules, but it's jumping right into the introduction on this jacket here. Hey team, Giselle here. The mysterious death of a medieval nobleman, Baron Robert the Cat Graves, has stumped academics for years. But our modern-day archaeological excavation has uncovered new evidence, including Graves' skeleton dotted with wounds. To keep our dig funded, we need to find out which of these was the killing blow and who dealt it. Historical records show Graves was surrounded by plenty of suspicious characters with the means and motive to bump off one of medieval Britain's most infamous nobles. Has enough evidence survived through the centuries for us to solve the mystery behind Graves' death once and for all? In this case file, you'll find archaeological reports from our investigation, original documents from the 1300s, handled with care, photos of medieval art and artifacts, plus plenty more. You'll also access my online inbox with even more evidence. It's up to you to determine who killed Graves. Good luck. Your mission is simple. Read the evidence, eliminate the innocent suspects, and find your killer. Finding the killer or killers won't be easy. You'll need to familiarize yourself with all the evidence provided, including any online content that's mentioned. Internet access will be required to crack this case. Having reviewed all of the evidence, it may be helpful to identify potential suspects and their motives, determine which suspect each piece of evidence belongs to, and attempt to find an alibi for as many of the suspects as possible. Through the process of elimination, we're confident that you'll bring the culprits to justice. Very important. Missing evidence. An evidence checklist has been supplied, so if we've missed something, we could go request it. Normally, we don't bother checking that. We've not yet gotten bitten by a missing document, but it's always possible. If we get stuck, we'll look. There's also hints if we get stuck. And there's a web page to answer questions when we think we know the answer. So let me just say, I am very pleasantly surprised and happy with this introduction. Occasionally what you'll see in these dossier games is a game set in the distant past, and it actually puts us in the distant past, which is what I thought this was going to be. I thought this case was going to be we're a detective in the 1300s trying to uncover this case. But actually, this is now framed as a proper cold case, maybe a historical case. So we're in present day trying to solve a murder from the 1300s. That's kind of fun. It's a little different. We won't be able to talk to live witnesses, but it appeals to me because I feel like now we're going to be going through some ancient documents trying to find clues without the luxury of being able to ask people about it. So let's just take out all of our evidence here and see what we've got. I should remind you that these kinds of games you can only play through once. Cryptic Killers tend to be one of the more affordable and widely available types of games. So you could pick this up at Amazon for $20, occasionally on sale for even cheaper. So if you think this game might be appealing to you or your group, you might want to stop watching now or after you hear a little bit more, and then get it, play it, and you can come back and watch this video afterwards and see how you do compared to us. Okay, let's just look at some documents. It's common for us to go through these in order, but not everyone likes that idea. But maybe we'll just familiarize ourselves with what we have here. We've got a little introductory letter. We've got a brochure of the Cherwell Historical Volunteer Club with some maps and some heraldry stuff. We've got a preliminary report from some excavations of the site. Love it. And watch this. Another map of this castle. Wander the halls and courtyards of your medieval ancestors. We've got some bones, some copies of a book, more books, a spoken recreation of a poem we'll get to listen to. It looks like we might have some more items from this Historical Society Museum thing. Some games to play, more photocopies of books, of an item. Some people play these games by going through these and organizing them into different groups and reading them in random order. We tend to read these roughly in the order they come in. But it's fun to take a look, get some foreshadowing of the different evidence we'll be able to look at. And we tend to save the internet component for last, which is what I advise, because the internet component tends to act a little bit like a hint. And then we've got another big fold-out thing. So lots of nice, large, colorful documents. One of the things I love about the Cryptic Killers game is that unlike Hunt a Killer, they're not trying to produce physical props. They're much more focused on nice, dense documents. And we played one of the newest Hunt a Killers 2 days ago, that one right there, Lakeside Homicide. and it was okay, but it's going to be nice to compare the two now. We've got a modern hunter killer and a modern cryptic killers, two of the most recent from each sets. These are the big names in the field, so it's going to be interesting to compare the two of them. All right, I guess I'm going to go through these in order unless there's some objection to that. Let's see, we got, okay, so Giselle, that's our team leader. Hey team, Giselle here. And she's writing on, now she's probably in England, so this could be day, month, year. Maybe we'll need some clarification from her. That's important, but probably if you're doing the case in the 1300s, that's not going to be that important. Okay. Hey team, Giselle here. I know, big scary letter from the head archaeologist. Don't worry. I'm not angry with anyone. I've been very proud of the work we're doing at Cherwell Castle excavation. You're all top-tier academics and deserve recognition for your dedication. I'm hoping to keep digging until we know every little detail about the castle. That's why I have a difficult favor to ask. Our research budget is nearly shot, and if we can't put together some really sensational findings, nobody is going to offer us funding. But I think the recent discovery of Robert Graves' skeleton is just the opportunity we need. I'd like you to sift through all our research to date, analyze the skeleton, and determine how and when Graves died, and who was responsible. Graves was a medieval noble, the 3rd Baron Cherwell, who lived at the castle. His nickname was the Cat because he's said to have survived 9 fatal injuries in his life before the last one killed him. But that's just speculation. The historical record has been foggy, and nobody knows how Graves died, even though he had plenty of enemies. As the body shows, Graves has no shortage of wounds, any one of which might be what did him in. I'm sure it's no news to you that Graves is a controversial figure. Bloodthirsty soldier, notorious adulterer, people hated him when he was alive, and plenty of people still do. That's why I think solving his murder would stir up some cash for the dig. If you can identify a suspect, investors will flock to Cherwell Castle to help us keep researching Graves and the castle itself. You've got a tough task ahead of you. Solving a murder more than 6 centuries old means a lot of evidence will have been lost to time. With some luck, modern forensic archaeology tools will fill in the gaps. Below, I've enclosed the main excavation report from the Cherwell Castle dig, some reference material I've been collecting, and whatever papers and artifacts we have related to Graves and those around him. I've also included a page from my daughter's Pop History Quarterly magazine, in case you need some help brushing up on your old English language skills. Thanks for taking this on. The future of the dig and the truth of Graves' death rests in your hands. Head over to cryptickillers.com medieval killer when you think you've cracked the case. So this is the first intro letter I can remember that hasn't set up the email password. Almost always it's like, okay, and I've got some extra documents for you, and it's at my email login. And the password is, you know, the name of my first dog and whatever. So no mention of a website yet. Turn it over. P.S. Some evidence is digital only. You can browse through it via my email. Okay, so there's her email login. Can't honestly remember what the password is. You might need to use the alternate login method available on the site. Okay, so much for my thing there, but can't honestly remember what the password is. Okay, so we're gonna have to recover the password. Okay, check through the following list before you make a start on the case file. Download anything that might be missing, and here's a list of documents. It looks like you got a pretty hefty collection of documents today. I'd hate to see any of this precious evidence get lost. However, there are digital backups available if anything goes wrong. All right, so we do have an online standard account. So we're at a dig for Cherwell Castle, and we've stumbled on the body of an infamous noble. Autumn is here. I'm rewatching all your streams to see which ones I should have in my store. Does Autumn have a board game store? And Kelly has joined us as well. All right, let's take a look at this. I am very excited about this case. I love the idea that we're digging up an old mystery. So often we've got modern mysteries of a husband killing the wife or vice versa. And this one feels like we've got one that's a little more important. All right, so here is the team. Although, you know, if someone came to me and said, we've discovered a controversy and it just happens to coincide with us needing to raise money for this big public dig, in the back of my mind, I would be quite suspicious that someone is creating a controversy and is trying to drum up funding through some fake discovery. Which reminds me of a show. I wonder if any of you have seen The Detectorists. I don't know where you can watch The Detectorists anymore. It's a comedy with one of the guys who was in the original British Office. Really quite a sweet and funny show. I would recommend it if you can see it. Okay, let's take a look at this. Cherwell Historical Volunteer Club. Promoted by the Cherwell Historical Volunteer Club. Want to support us? We are a registered charity and would happily put your donations toward the upkeep and restoration of Cherwell Castle. And we've got an address clearly in outside the United States, which I guess makes sense if we're dealing with a British castle. Welcome. Come explore Cherwell Castle, a morsel of medieval history left untouched for centuries except by wind and rain. The castle is thought to have been built around 1290 by Louis of Graves, who was granted lordship of the region and made first Baron Cherwell by King Edward I. The audience can tell me if Cherwell Castle is a real place. Cherwell Castle is a prime example of 13th century Norman castle design. The central keep, also called a donjon, was surrounded by 2 baileys and a combination wet and dry moat. This design provided defensibility if the castle was attacked, but as the town of Cherwell was located far enough from contested borders, Cherwell Castle was also outfitted as a pleasure palace for the local barons to live in year-round. The Cherwell Historical Volunteer Club was formed in 1923 to take stewardship of Cherwell Castle and its immediate estate. Since then, the CHVC has accepted eager visitors and academics alike to help share the castle's history. So, a wet and dry combo moat. What do you suppose that means? I mean, normally you think of a moat being filled with water. Wet and dry, what does that mean? Does that mean half of it is dry and half is wet? Or does it mean they can drain it when they need to? And why would they? I guess we're going to learn some history of how you build castles and all that. Here's a picture. This is the outer bailey. Okay, let's learn a little bit about how you build castles. The outer bailey's primary purpose was for defense. A gatehouse would have protected the only entrance through the high exterior walls, overlooking a drawbridge across the moat. Okay, so you have to get in first through this gate to get to the drawbridge, I guess. In the medieval period, the River Cherwell was redirected around the castle to form a wet moat. The original flow of the river has since been restored so that the drawbridge now crosses a dry moat. During times of peace, the outer bailey served as a workplace for the baron's household and as a place to entertain guests. On the northwestern corner lay several practical buildings. A stable kept the baron's horses safe from the elements. Next door was a well to collect fresh water. But the main attraction was the feast hall, a large social room where the baron would host visitors. Most of the Graves family would take their meals in the private chambers, so the feast hall was reserved for special occasions such as holidays or religious feast days. Look for the concave patches of earth, which once held fireplaces located at either end of the hall to create a cozy atmosphere no matter where you were sitting at supper. On the southeast corridor were the kitchens and associated storerooms. Here, meals were prepared for guests in the feast hall. The outline of a large cooking hearth can still be seen, where everything from basic soups to extravagant roasted venison could be cooked. Food would be stored in the adjoining larder, and bread would be baked daily in the bakehouse. Aside from being used as foodstuff, bread was also overbaked and trimmed into trenchers, dense plates of bread that were used at medieval meals instead of modern dishware. So you toast up some dense bread, and that's your plate. Love it. And it sounds like maybe you got an inner part of the castle that you could retreat to if you were under attack. But short of that, you have a much bigger outer bailey area where you've got guests. Okay, learning a lot. And here is our outline. Okay, so there's, oh, I see. Okay, I thought maybe the outer bailey was before the drawbridge. No, you have to go through a drawbridge, get to the one entrance gate, and then you're in the outer bailey where you've got these little towers that could arrow you. And then you'd have to go around here to the inner parts. And there's the river. So I guess they reroute the river and then they dig a moat. And so the river also fills up this moat. I guess the moat makes it harder to like put ladders up. So you're really trying to funnel them all in through this gate. Okay, inner bailey. The inner bailey, which is there. The inner bailey was considered a private area used exclusively by the Graves family and their servants. A gatehouse would provide another choke point for invading armies alongside a thick wall separating the outer and inner bailies. On the west end sat a chapel where the baron and his household would attend weekly services. These were hosted by a resident clergyman who lived in the adjoining clergy house. While in the chapel, see if you can spot a crack on the raised stone altar. Legend says that during a winter storm, the third Baron Cherwell argued with a visiting friar at this spot. Fighting over a holy relic the Baron apparently stole while on campaign in France. On a campaign meaning he went to fight, I guess. As tempers rose, the friar shoved Baron Cherwell, who fell hard on the altar and hit his head, leaving a crack in the stone that has survived to this day. The Baron's son, Thomas, ordered the friar stripped naked and run laps through the snow as punishment. But the clergyman was nevertheless kept on as the castle's resident priest for some time more. On the east end of the bailey was a patch of grass leading to the keep. Okay. This open air, a patch of grass leading to the keep. Visitors would pass through the laundry and brew house. This open-air workspace would be filled with buckets of water to wash the clothes, bedlinen, and armor of those living at the castle. Large copper kettles were also used to brew beer, a staple drink in the medieval ages that helped purify unclean water and make it safe to drink. Due to the spent grain and wort used in beer brewing having fertilized the ground here, you can see especially dense knots of weeds as you go walk past. Then we have the castle keep. The keep was the last holdout against invasion. Where the baron could continue living under siege for up to a year on stockpiled food. Most of the time, it served as the primary residence for the Graves family. Tapestries, reed mats, and candles made the keep a comfortable living space. To enter the keep, you pass through the entrance hall and goods hall. Several servants' quarters branch off from these central halls. Additionally, the stone walls of the castle create the perfect temperatures for a beer cellar and wine cellar, themselves connected to the goods hall. You'll notice rope barriers blocking off parts of the keep unsuitable for visitors. Sets of stairs leading down to the castle's crypt, and stairs leading up to the collapsed living quarters of the baron and his family. One notable quirk of the keep is the relative lack of windows. Norman castles were often designed with arrow slits for defending archers, but study of Cherwell Castle has only found arrow slits on the south-facing walls of the keep. Academics believe this indicates the arrogance of the first Baron Cherwell, putting his hopes in the moat surrounding the keep. However, it's also possible that there were north-facing arrow slits that have simply not survived to the present day. So I think, if I'm understanding the directions here, we are to understand that this is north and this is south. So he's saying no arrow slits here because maybe they just assumed no one was going to get over the moat, so everyone was going to be coming this way. Barons of Cherwell. The first Baron of Cherwell started out as Sir Louis of Graves, a Norman knight who came to England to fight in King Edward I's wars in Scotland. For his service, he was granted lands next to the River Cherwell, where he constructed Cherwell Castle. The barony was passed father to son for centuries before dying out in 1775 upon the death of John Graves, the 14th Baron Cherwell, in a duel of honor. The most famous baron known at Cherwell Castle was Robert Graves, the third Baron Cherwell, who earned a reputation for inviting other noblemen to stay at the castle, while Graves took the opportunity to seduce their wives. During the late medieval period, the Barons Cherwell inherited other estates in North England and began spending more of their time away from the castle. By the time of the Civil War, Cherwell Castle was already a relic of a forgotten age. William Graves, the 9th Baron Cherwell, was a royalist chevalier who left the castle in care of one of his chamberlains, Lord Chester Ballymote. Lord Chester executed a few minor raids against parliamentary forces, but served as little more than a distraction in the grand exploits of the war. After the restoration of the monarchy, the subsequent Barons Cherwell remained aloof members of the king's court until the Graves line became extinct, at which point King George III incorporated Cherwell Castle and its estates into the royal crownlands. And here we have their coat of arms. So here's the, I guess it looks like each little part of the family at each next generation, what, they get to evolve their own coat of arms? Is that how it goes? They don't keep the family coat of arms? So here's Louis Graves, the first baron who's given this land as a reward for his service to the king. So the first two generations keep this, a little hound on blue. The third one, which is our guy whose body has been discovered, the most notorious of the barons, Robert the Cat Graves, he said, you know what? I deserve a new coat of arms. It's going to be a cat. And then his son said, no, let's go back to the dog, but throw in a bird. And then Henry Graves said, you know what? I like that cat. Get rid of the bird, bring the cat back. And then this guy said, no, F you. I don't like the dog or the cat. Bring back the bird. And then after that, they said, no more fighting over animals. It's going to be more abstract art. So this guy put a blue cross. I'm not sure what that's meant to be. Maybe that's a flag, or he brought his own family. What's happening here? Is this when the end of the Graves? Is that what happened? William Graves, and then when the family died out, is that what happened? Did they hand it over to... Well, we still got Henry Graves, but at this point, are these new people? Is this the family has died out and now... But this guy brought back the bird, so I don't know what's happening here. And there's a castle, and now they're back to different weird things. All right, I liked how this dog flipped sides. He's like, I like the dog, but flip him. I think it looked better facing this way. All right, heraldry was a point of honor. There's probably a whole science to the coat of arms and heralds that tells you all of these different things, what they mean and why they're significant. Heraldry was a point of honor in medieval society. Bearing a personal coat of arms indicated a person's noble status or at least a knighthood. Here are some of the most famous coats of arms from Castle Cherwell's history that would have once decorated these halls. It makes sense. Like, you inherit it. You're like, we need to change the furniture, paint the walls, get a new coat of arms, make it your own. Makes sense. Okay, here are the opening hours in the current year for visitors to come visit the castle. Last recommended admission, 1 hour prior to closing. It's closed on Christmas Day, Boxing Day, day after Christmas, and New Year's Day. Day after Christmas, I think, is Boxing Day, right? Not the day before, day after. Car parking is provided for visitors. There's complimentary shuttle bus service to the castle. Okay, pretty fun. I wonder if the dog and bird join together. That's an interesting thought. I feel like filling a moat halfway with big jagged boulders would be pretty effective. I thought the idea was you fill it with crocodiles and stuff. Okay, so here is our excavation report, current day, 2018. Or a couple, I guess maybe we're handling a case that's didn't get solved in 2018 and now it's on us. So this is Giselle's report. I wonder if these are going to be clues to her password. She's using this as a to-do list, like she's rested her coffee here. She's just making some personal notes here that she's looking at. Do the laundry, go shopping for biscuits, and email the Historical Society. All right, so here is the dig site. And you can see this is the outline. In fact, it's gridded, which is interesting. There's the outline of the castle. Remember, we got ruins here. So it looks like probably these walls haven't survived. But you can see those are the 3 towers. looks like, I don't know how to explain all of it, but we've got grid locations, and we were right. North is that way. I guess we might, maybe, I don't know how that grid is going to be used. We'll find out. All right, let's take a look at this report here. Submitted to University of South England Department of Archaeology and Anthropology. Giselle Evans, professional license. Lead surveyor is Mars Peterson. Lead medievalist, Victor Romanowski. Maddie Gormley is the lead chemist, and Bartholomew Spencer is the warehouse supervisor. Artifact analysis. A total of 1,685 Norman English artifacts were recovered during stage 2 of the excavation. See Table 1. These cover subterranean samples recovered either from machine-assisted surface excavation, hand tool excavation, or from unexcavated underground chambers, including but not limited to the castle crypt. So they even got into the crypt. Let's see what they got. 1,685 items, and here is a breakdown. So these are going to be grid locations, right? So in locations 1 through 15 and 19, which are on the northern side here. So from this set here and this set. So they've dug up this whole thing and this whole thing. They've got 84 architectural, 386 bones or organic material, some furnishings, some kitchen food, some tools, and indeterminate items. That's where the majority of the items were found, in the northern edge. Central grounds, just a little bit less of everything. Notice all the bones are here in the northern end. Sounds like maybe they were just burying people in the crypt. Or maybe that's where the whole family gets buried, in the crypt. Okay, so central grounds. The outer bailey gets the most kitchen food stuff. I guess that's where the kitchen was. And then the southern edge near the gatehouse, they didn't really make much sense of it. Architectural and indeterminate. All right. And then this looks like a further breakdown. Artifact totals by functional class. So of all those categories we're looking at here, they've broken them down by subclass. So architectural, they've just broken down into 2 groups, either stone or nails. Bone is broken down into mammalian, fish, avian, meaning birds, or botanical. So mostly mammal bones, probably people. Furnishings, it looks like 2/3 were household accessories, 1/3 is lighting device components. Lighting device components, like what? Torches and stuff. In the kitchen and food findings, it looks like 111 ceramic storage containers, then they've got cutlery, then they've got glass containers, and then they've got metal vessels for drinking or eating out of, I guess. Tools has an interesting breakdown. We've got sewing implements, writing implements, armaments, weapons, screws and bolts, stuff for working with animals like horseshoes, agriculture tools, clothing, and currency. And that is the total. There's our 1,685 total, and here's our percentage total. The largest percentage of bone and organic. The majority of architectural class artifacts are stone walls that remain standing today. Stone is primarily limestone, thought to have been quarried locally during the construction. So a local quarry somewhere nearby. That's the majority of the archaeological class. So if you look at the archaeological, the majority is stone. Okay, fine. From bone organic, fish remains identified as anguilla, European eel. So that's what they ate from, that's what they fished. They fished eel and trout. Avian remains, eel is a pretty nasty thing, if you ask me. Avian remains identified as Gallus domesticus, chicken. So they ate eel, trout, they raised chicken, and the mammalian food was cattle, sheep, wild boar, and deer. Non-food subclass mammalian remains identified as Rattus norvegicus, which is a brown rat, Canine lupus familiaris, dog, and Homo sapiens, human. Okay, so the mammals that they didn't eat, rats, dogs, and humans. No cats. The human remains were skeletal artifacts recovered from the overgrown underground castle crypt. Their tombs long decayed, leaving only bones in the ground. Early testing has identified 5 partially complete skeletons belonging to 5 individuals. If the crypt's inscriptions are correct, these individuals are, if they're correct, they found the remains of Lord Chester Ballymote, Robert Graves, the 3rd Baron Cherwell, Thomas Graves, Euphemia Graves, the Baroness, the 7th Baroness, so a woman, and Sir Lambert of Harcourt. Furnishings. Household accessories comprise wood shards thought to be from benches and tables. Wood is primarily English oak. Some imported Dutch elm furnishing seems to be present. Contact has been made with colleagues at the University of Oost-Salburg in the Netherlands to follow up. Lighting device components are primarily ceramic, wood, or metal candlestick holders. One significant artifact seems to be a fully intact standing floor candelabra recovered from the probable chapel. Notable absence of lighting devices in grid 4 suggests the presence of windows to provide ample illumination. So point is, because in this tower area they didn't find any candlesticks, they're assuming there must have been windows letting in light, but we're told that there were no windows found currently, meaning they must have been bricked up, if that's true. Or maybe they had a light coming in from the top skylight. Suggests the presence of windows in grid 4. Okay. Kitchen food class. Ceramics were cleaned and sorted by similar color and thickness. Stage 3 of the excavation includes plans to begin reassembly where possible. So they've just dug it up. They haven't reassembled anything yet, but they plan to. The majority of ceramics were found in the area of the site, thought to have contained kitchens and food storage. Several notable samples were sent for chemical testing to determine historical contents. Remainder of samples spread between the probable feast hall, brewery, beer cellar, and wine cellar. Many fragments of vessels found are thought to be used for storage or serving. And here's the tools section. Personal artifacts recovered primarily from the probable keep, containing living quarters. Tools recovered mainly from the probable stables and feast hall. Okay, so personal artifacts in the keep, tools in the stables and feast halls. Some notable artifacts include a surprisingly well-preserved wooden bow recovered from the crypt, The cool, dry atmosphere may account for preservation. And a decorative brooch, various gold coins bearing the profiles of King Edward III, Henry VII, and Charles I. Bent and blunted iron practice sword may be the one that was supposedly used to stab Graves by a disgruntled squire in 1370, and high medieval era brigandine armor bearing arms of Thomas Graves. Here's her notes here. Discussion. Findings from stage 2 are consistent with a site continuously occupied between the High Middle Ages and the 18th century. No inconsistent outliers were excavated that might indicate anyone other than Anglo-Norman and later English peoples occupied Cherwell Castle. Recommendation. It is my opinion as team lead that the excavation should progress to stage 3 by means of topsoil removal. Further manpower should be allocated to documenting and testing recovered artifacts. A historiography team should be assembled to collate historical documents relevant to Cherwell Castle and the excavation. Initial findings have been promising, with the potential for further artifacts to be uncovered. Funding requests are pending. And there's their little logo. All right, pretty cool. You think it matters there's only one bone in the central grounds? Could it be a hint a body was hidden there years ago? Only one bone in the central grounds. I see what you're saying. You're saying here we've only got a single bone in the central area. I don't know what it means. And here we have yet another map. Wander the halls and courtyards of your medieval ancestors. So we read a little bit about this, but now we've got a nice detailed drawing with labels showing us where everything was. So the Osprey Tower, the Woodcock Tower, and the Swan Tower. There's the drawbridge. That's the gatehouse to the Outer Bailey. There's the moat. We see as you walk in, kitchen, larder where they would store stuff, bakehouse where they would bake bread. There's the feast hall, the stables. Really, the stables are right next to the feast hall? That doesn't seem smart. There's a well, an unidentified building, clergy house where the priest was and his chapel. There's an inner tower. That's nice. An inner Bailey gatehouse. Okay, so you had to come in here and then you would be held. You'd have to breach the second gate where these two towers would fire on you, slow you down before you got to the inner Bailey. So priest he's valuable enough to keep protected. Then we've got stairs down to the crypt and a guard room where the guards would have their armaments and stuff. Beer cellar, that's important enough to keep in the inner Bailey. There's laundry. Entrance hall, so a big grand entrance hall. Page hall. I guess this is an area for servants or something. Then we've got a wine cellar, so beer cellar, wine cellar. And then you would come into the goods hall and then go up the stairs to the upper level where the Baron's quarters were, protected by his own custom tower here that I guess would rain down this way. Okay, surely we're going to need to refer to that again at some point. Why don't we take our first break here? For those of you who think this looks so interesting that you'd rather not join me for this playthrough, but buy your own copy and play it, feel free to leave now, pick it up, come back, watch this video when you're done. For the rest of you, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are 1 hour into our playthrough of Cryptic Killers Murder in Medieval Britain, getting a history lesson on the castles built in medieval period in the 1300s or so. Fascinating so far. I do want to thank Autumn, who just joined the Patreon to support this channel. I appreciate it. Autumn also asking about the intro video, which is the official video. The movie you see in the background is the official promo from the Cryptic Killers from this case, used without permission. Hopefully 5 years we haven't really gotten in much trouble with those copyright strikes, but it's a good time to remind you that I have no relationship with any publisher. All of the games you see played on this channel in the thousands of videos, well, at least over 1,000 video, and thousands of hours, all of those have been purchased by me or me with the help of the Patreon supporters of this channel. And I do appreciate you helping to keep this channel advert-free, influence-free, and without any hesitation to complain when we play a bad game. Okay, back to our case here. Next piece of evidence looks like we're now getting a photo of the bones they found of our guy. So we've got his orientation north, and some points are labeled that we're going to read about, no doubt. You can see some wounds, right? Looks like maybe ribs cracked, wound in the head there, maybe something broken in the nose, I'm not sure. Looks like part of this bone might be gone. Maybe shoulder injury. Is that what these are all going to be, injuries? Let's find out in a second. Look at this. Record of identification processing. So this is like a cold case autopsy type thing. So here's Robert Graves. Estimated age 40 to 60. Major notes. 1. Shoulder wound, damage to clavicle and scapula, blunt force. 2. Torso wound. 6th rib shows scratches. Small, narrow weapon. Or maybe that's this one here. 2 here. Okay, so remember, no body, just skeleton. So 2 is the torso wound. 6th rib shows scratches. Narrow, small, narrow weapon. So he was stabbed in the rib or something. Or with a long spear or something. 3 is the skull wound, depressed fracture on top and back of head, partially caved in, probably weapon with edges or corners like a mace. Skull wound, depressed fracture on top and back of head. So we don't see the back of head. We see this. I don't really see the back of the head though. It's kind of weird, right? It says back of head, but really what we're looking at looks much more like front forehead. And that would be consistent with this. Why are we not being told about that? But we are being told about back of head, which we're not indicated. That's weird. Abdominal wound, here we go. Chipped 10th rib. Weapon hit the bone, deflected into tissue, maybe hit the gallbladder. So I guess one of our things we're going to be trying to figure out is which of these wounds killed him and which of these wounds was he walking around with. Maybe healed up. Other minor wounds and fractures pretty much healed up, so all from 10 plus years before death. Skeleton includes bone organic samples 1 through 185. Photo reference sample photo taken partway through excavation. Following is analysis after full recovery of skeleton. So photo reference before they finished excavation, and then this is the final report. Okay. So maybe this is just like misleading. Maybe this wound here is basically falling into this category of other minor wounds and fractures. I don't know why it's drawn here though. This seems like shoddy medical work, right? Like these should be numbered, and this one doesn't seem to match up well with this one. All right, more history lessons we're getting here. The Encyclopedia of English Peerage. And it's continuing in middle of a sentence here. We're getting 2 pages from a book in progress by his first wife, 3 of whom survived to adulthood. Grandison remarried to Sybil de Treges and produced 10 children, all of whom reached adulthood. Many of Grandison's daughters from his second wife married other minor English nobles, while all his sons, except his direct heir, entered the priesthood. So peerage, is that the same as genealogy? I mean, is this just like the family tree? Is that what peerage is? Or is peerage about royalty? Here's our guy, Robert Graves, the 3rd Baron Cherwell. And here we have a drawing of him. He lived mid-14th century to late 14th century. And then it says issue, Henry Graves by Eleanor of Lancaster, Thomas of Lewinor, 4th Baron Cherwell by disputed parentage, legitimized peerage, parentage. Is that what we got? Peerage is the aristocracy. Okay, so what does this mean, issue? This sounds like it's saying, is issue mean his children? What? I'm a little confused by that. Robert Graves was recognized as a much maligned figure even in his own time. In childhood, peers would avoid him as Graves was said to start brawls at the slightest provocation. Before he came of age, Graves had avoided death twice. Firstly, from a harsh fall down the stairs of a dimly lit tower in Cherwell Castle, and secondly, from a kick by an agitated mule, which broke several ribs. So we're figuring out some of those wounds. One of them is going to be he was kicked in the ribs, which broke some ribs. That's going to be not the one that had a sharp weapon, but possibly this one. After reaching the age of majority, whatever that is, Graves began training as a soldier and eagerly joined in expedition to France as part of the ongoing 100 Years' War. Graves's father died shortly after his departure, and he inherited the barony without much fanfare. While on campaign, Graves became acquainted with Lambert of Harcourt, who became Graves's squire. So Lambert of Harcourt was his squire. At the victorious Battle of Poitiers, both Graves and Harcourt suggested and led mass slaughters of wounded French soldiers instead of capturing them for ransom. On the march home, Graves continued his butchery with raids on peasant villages. During one such raid, a yeoman tried to shoot at Graves, but Harcourt leapt in front of the arrow with his shield, stopping it from reaching its target. Graves remained grateful to Harcourt for saving his life and knighted Harcourt as a personal retainer. This was also when Graves acquired his nickname, the Cat, for surviving several near-death experiences. Upon returning to England, Graves eloped with Lady Eleanor of Lancaster, stealing away the daughter of the powerful Duke of Lancaster, put the Baron and Duke at odds for many years. Settling down in his ancestral seat of Castle Cherwell led Graves to grow increasingly bored. He was known to vent any frustration by beating and killing peasants in raids upon his own countryside. Common folk purportedly prayed for Graves's death in their nightly prayers. Graves also continued his womanizing at home. After siring a son with Eleanor, she passed away during childbirth. Graves then kept Matilda of Dover as his chief paramour and had her forcibly confined to the castle grounds. Otherwise, he seduced peasant women or the wives of passing noblemen. Genealogists believe many bastards were sired this way, but records of their birth were not kept. Graves only legitimized one bastard during his lifetime, and only in order to spite his lover, Matilda. That's interesting. The final years of Graves' life are not well documented, with his date of death still unknown. A tourney at Castle Cherwell took place in 1377, during which Graves participated. This is one of the final confirmed accounts of Graves being alive. Okay, so we know he's alive at least up until 1377. Some later records mention various accidents that contributed to the jokes around Robert the Cat's 9 lives. However, Graves' body has yet to be unearthed and analyzed to determine the time and cause of death. So this was written before the body. And then we have partial entry for someone else, which we'll read in case it's relevant. De Grey Roger, the first Baron of Grey of Ruthven, lived late 13th century to mid 14th century. Issue: Reynold de Grey, second Baron Grey of Ruthven, Mary of Ruthven. This issue must be like the kids he had, the children. At least the royal acknowledged non-bastards. Roger de Grey led an uneventful life as a soldier, serving all 3 medieval Edwardian kings. Family was hereditary bearers of the great golden spurs and were seen as a leading chivalrous bloodline. De Grey worked hard to uphold this reputation as a baron, even as he fought ... So yeah, so this is the one, Thomas of Lewinor, the 4th Baron, by disputed parentage legitimized. So that's the one bastard that he legitimized. Thomas of Lewinor. And I guess he had another son by Eleanor. Eleanor had one son and then died during childbirth. So there's the legitimate son, Henry Graves, and the illegitimate bastard who got legitimized, Thomas of Lewinor. Nothing on the back of that one. All right, what do we have here? King Edward Museum Collection, 1380. Medieval tapestry depicting a feast at Cherwell Castle in late winter. That's pretty cool. Take a look at this. All right, who do we have here? Robert Graves, 3rd Baron of Cherwell, seated at center. Okay, so there's Robert Graves. Look, they're eating a stag, probably one that he shot with his own arrow. Hey, and look at what you've got here. Do you notice that these are the coat of arms? Right? Or at least parts of them. Right? Like there's the checkered, at least half. Someone was saying in the chat about how they would split it with like mother and father. So here's one of his sons, Thomas of Lewinor, which we just read about, right? Eleanor, with his wife who died, he had Thomas of Luinor. So that's one of his sons. That's where the bird came from. I guess maybe the mother was the bird. And then this one, the split to blue, I guess we don't really have that, but here's two split blue. Henry Graves. There he is. So that is the... Oh, that's Henry Graves is the one he had with Eleanor. And then the bastard is Thomas Luinor. Okay, so there's the bastard son, and there's the son by the mother, and you'd have to guess that this was probably the mother, right? Eleanor. So Eleanor, there's Henry Graves, the light blue and dark blue. The dog and the cat, taken from his father's cat. And then this one is Thomas of Luinor, the bastard. And the guy who saved him was Harcourt. I was just trying to see. Yeah, so this is the guy who saved him. This is the guy he knighted, right? Oh, you're right. Eleanor died during childbirth. So maybe it was Matilda, the paramour. But this is probably the knight, right? Because the knight is Sir Lambert of Harcourt. And that looks like half of his, at least, or his son. And this is no doubt the priest friar who's documenting this. And then what have we got here? If we look at this, is there anything to notice here? Like, why is the son holding up his hand? Why are they holding hands? Why is she looking off to the side? What has he got in his hand? It's like a knife. But, I mean, the tapestry, I mean, can you imagine how this gets done? Someone has to be there live, sketches it, and then goes and comes back months later with the tapestry. Not like you could take a photo of this. So maybe you just invent these. Typically, if you were doing this stuff, there would be symbolic stuff, right? Like some of this stuff would be added in just symbolically. All right, let's keep going. Brer Herman brought to life. Scan thy QR code on back. So this is a production of the Modern Historical Society. And there's our cat escaping death. Scan thy QR code. So this would be something that you would find at this historical society. Scan here to listen to a spoken recreation of the original poem. Or go to this site. Now, it seems like we should, before we scan this, figure out Brer Herman brought to life. I'm guessing we're going to get that poem, right? I mean, it seems weird to scan it until we've come upon that poem. So I am going to put this away for now. They're eating a deer. Deer bones were found at the digging site, so it makes sense. Check Jesse. It could be explained later, but just to point out, the chat is pointing out how it's odd that his second son wound up being the Baron over the first son. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll keep that in mind. All right, here is a document from the High Medieval Epistolary Archive. Who remembers what epistolary means? Epistolary means it's a letter. So here we've got a letter from Ingrid to Penelope. And what is she saying? It's written in a derivative of English. Do we have a date? It just says part 1. Okay, Penelope, how long since I last saw you? I will try to visit soon. I had shapen that today I might ask. So we're getting a little bit of a old English, like this is how the language has evolved, right? So we can see roots of English, but some things were spelled differently and with different. Okay, I had shapen that today I might ask Sir Lambert if he would plead with the Baron on my behalf to allow a short absence to see you. And then she's crossed out. I have thought my words something. But he never come to our meeting, so it seems my trip will be delayed. Until then, have this news of recent happenings. Okay, she wanted to visit, she couldn't. She didn't get permission. And now she's going to say what's new. At first light yesterday, my lord the Baron went forth to hunt in the north woods, taking with him his sons Henry and Thomas, the former bastard. As the morning wore on and the sun climbed high, it was near. I was near knocked down by Sir Lambert, who came hastening from the stair of the Osprey Tower. He bare his bow in hand. Remember, we discovered a bow in the crypt archaeology. He bare his bow in hand and said he would yet join the hunt, though the hour was late. He made excuse for not meeting me before, and tarried a short while in speech, yet did not depart far. Soon after, there arose a great clamor. Henry and Thomas returned in despair, bearing their father wounded with an arrow through his black heart. Henry cried out and ran in despair, whilst Thomas lifted the Baron to the bedchamber. Sir Lambert came close behind, his face turning white as snow, when he beheld his stricken lord. Okay, so the guy comes in with the bow. He's like, I'm late to the hunt. See you later. Next thing you know, they come clamoring in, and the Lord Baron has an arrow in him, in his heart. Later, my lady Matilda called on me to bandage the wounds of the Baron, as she and Thomas sitted by his bedside. But something who remained at the castle chased me off. A friar who remained at the castle chased me off while crying out that I'm a witch. I thought I saw vile Thomas make a face as if to say he was pleased I could not inspect the wounds. So Ingrid was chased off as a witch. They don't want her messing with this guy who's been injured. In my heart, I believe the treacherous bastard murdered his father to feed his ambition. All he cares for is gold and his something. If he should ever lead Cherwell Castle, I am certain to be with seized the jewels of me father and sent. She's going to be. I am certain he will seize the jewels of my father, of my lady, seize the jewels of my lady, and send her out to fend for herself. Even as I write these words, I seethe with anger. I would readily poison Thomas and all the rest of the household if he try to bring harm to my lady. Okay, so Ingrid is the lady of she's the assistant, the helper, whatever, of the lady of the house, and my lady Matilda. So Ingrid is Matilda's helper, and she's saying that she would be, her lady that she works for is the servant of, they may just steal her stuff if the father inherits if the son inherits the castle, and kick out her lady and her with them, and she's ready to poison them all if they're going to hurt her lady. As if the castle is, if the castle is what? Disturbed? Oh, the castle is disturbed. I don't know what this line is trying to say. I hope this matter will resolve itself and I can come visit with you before the summer is finished. Dear Penelope, yours, Ingrid. Okay, so we heard about that this guy recognized the bastard to spite his lover, Matilda. So the Lord's lover, not wife, is Matilda, and this woman is the handmaiden of Matilda. And she's saying that if the Lord dies, this son does not like this lover being in the castle, and he's likely to kick him out. And she thinks it's Thomas, and Thomas treats Ingrid like she's a witch. And Henry and Thomas, those are the two sons. So the two sons go out with the Lord, and then Lambert, Sir Lambert, was late. Henry and Thomas. Oh, Lambert is the one that's been knighted and saved our guy from an arrow in the field. Okay, fine. So he's pretty loyal, it feels like. I don't feel like he would be the one who killed him. We have another modern item here. It looks like this, telling you how words evolve. This might be useful for translating this if you are having a hard time. Most of this, I feel like we've figured out that letter pretty easily. Is there anything we didn't get? Shapen. Shapen meant to arrange and plan. Okay, that makes sense. So there was one part that felt weird that I didn't understand. It was this one. But maybe she says half the castle is disturbing. It's not even in here. Okay. And then on the other side of this, medieval armor included lots of complicated pieces. Look at the word search below and circle the 6 pieces of armor you find. So I feel like this is just a way of us familiarizing ourselves with some armor. The pauldrons were for your shoulders, gauntlets for your hands. like big metal armor gloves. Helmet on your head. Sabatons were for your feet, probably on top of your feet. Cuirass is your breastplate and your back plate. And cusis for your thighs. I don't feel like we actually have... I don't feel like circling this will get us anything. It's just this, I think. We could go back and solve that if we need to. Seems like we're going to have to start keeping a list of people that we need to know about. So why don't we start doing that now, actually? Because we've already got a whole bunch of people whose names are easy to forget. So we've got Ingrid, who is the handmaiden of Matilda, who's the lover of the Baron. And we've got Matilda, who's the Baron's... And when I say Baron, maybe that's not the right word. It's Robert Graves, the cat. Okay, and then seems like the important people for our story are these three, right? We have Lambert of Harcourt. This is the knight, the person he knighted, and his squire. And then we have the two sons. We have Henry Graves and it was by Eleanor of Lancaster, and he was the legitimate one, and he would have been the first son, right? Because then Eleanor dies. I guess I'll make a thing for Eleanor, who died in childbirth. She was mother, wife, died childbirth. And then we have the illegitimate son, which is Thomas of Luenor, who became the fourth Baron, and our main Baron is Robert Graves. He was the third. Lord, third Baron. So the channel was pointing out it's a little odd that the illegitimate son took over the Baroness, but maybe his main son died. Now, one thing to point out is that he legitimized him to spite his lover. I don't understand why you would do that. What is that? Does that mean it's not Matilda's son? And why? I guess we don't know when he legitimized the son, so it could have been after he broke up with Matilda. We'll come back to all that, surely. Anything else the chat wants me to note? They were hunting the North Woods. Lambert was supposedly in the Osprey Tower. We don't know if there were any north windows. Marco says there's undoubtedly a dynastic dispute that may be one of the motives involving a number of people. We know that the matter was resolved in Thomas's favor at Henry's expense. Unless Henry was dead by then, we don't know. We also know there was an argument between Robert and a friar over a relic. Yes, let's not forget that. Do we need to start a little to-do list? Relic fight with friar. And then I'll make a note of the online contents. Okay, let's keep going. What have we got here? We've got more Old English. Recordatio. I guess let's keep this nearby in case we need it. Confessions of Henry Graves in the month June, year. This is actually kind of fun. It's a little bit like a code, but you're just figuring it out what we've got here. So in the month June of the year Mifissimo Trecentissimo Octagissimo Primo. So I think what we're looking at is like 1,000. It's like 81. The last two digits are 81, and Trecenta, that would be like 3. So I wonder if we are getting that here. Not all of it. I think we're looking at June 38. If I had to guess, I would guess. And then 1,000. Do you think it's like 1,381? June. I don't know about these two digits. Okay, he says, oh, well, I can't read this. This is Latin. I wonder if we're going to get this translated for us. I mean, we could translate this. We could scan this and translate it if we have to. Interesting. I think this would be too hard to figure out, but we can translate this if we have to. Confessions of Hermandus Dustenwald. And then it looks like one thing is underlined, so you might imagine that this would be the thing we'd really want to translate. Thomas is the patron, the current patron. All right, well, we'll just put this aside. And then we've got another document here. The first line is pretty dark. I've read it later, but my household turns against me. I understand Sir Lambert of Harcourt has sent a letter to you requesting your blessing to imprison Thomas. Since my son came to Cherwell Castle, both Harcourt and Lady Matilda have sought to spill his blood. So, Robert Graves, this is our guy. Robert Graves is saying that Harcourt, the guy he knighted, and Matilda are after Thomas, which is his illegitimate son. Mind not Harcourt. He is a something man with an overeager instinct for justice. He's convinced Thomas is a fraud, and every day does threaten violence on my son. Harcourt refers to rumors he says he overheard during a visit to Westminster. I had thought him a friend, but this last fortnight has shown he is a fool and idiot who likes the idea of serving the Graves family more than he heeds my commands. And Matilda thinketh that as she becomes my lover, she will move upward in the world that has given her privileges to voice in my affairs. A wit in my affairs. These things that have befell give me new haste. Should it please your highness, I would legitimize Thomas of Luenor, so all may know him as my flesh and blood. Since he came to us early this year, I have known he is mine. Let my villainous household not tell you otherwise. Wash away this stain of bastard, my king, so my son will at last be welcome in his new home. Signed, your devout servant, Robert Graves. Okay, so this makes sense. We wondered how he got legitimized. And he's saying everyone thinks that this bastard son is not even his, not even a bastard son, but a fraud. His best friend, the knight, Harcourt, thinks so, and so does his lover, Matilda. And they're trying to get him in trouble. They're trying to kill him as a fraud. And he's writing to the king and saying, formally recognize him as legitimate, and then he'll be safe. Okay. Now we have one of the artifacts found, a brooch found in the outer bailey in unidentified ruined building, name faintly engraved on back of brooch, Matilda. Okay, so here is Matilda's brooch. Boy, that looks like it could be valuable. Missing a couple of gems. Where is that picture of their tapestry? Any sign of the brooch anywhere? No. Doesn't mean much, but I don't see any brooch. Okay, so that's Matilda's brooch. And it was found. Where was it found? In the outer bailey. That's a little odd. And what's this? Looks like we got some Latin here. Gradius Augustis Quila Salva Mea. The friars are the Latin ones, so anytime we see the Latin, we probably suspect the friars. Okay, here's something to measure it. What does it say it is? Oh, it's the bow. A preserved bow found in the crypt. No sign of leather adornments. Not sure what the relevance of that is. The inscription is thought to be Gradius Ago Tibi Quia Salva Vita Mea. Translate to in gratitude to the man who saved my life. Interesting. So we think the bow was a gift from Latin for someone in gratitude to the man who saved my life. Interesting. Okay. And then what is this? From a plaque north of the castle, grid 2 on the excavation map. From a plaque north of the castle, grid 2. So that means it's still in the castle grounds, but on the to the north. Maybe this is past I guess 2 is past where the castle walls would have been. So this would have been outside the castle. There's this plaque. The Bloody Yeoman. At this spot in 1381, it is thought the story of the Blood Yeoman originated. Poachers were busy pursuing a deer when suddenly a blood-red devil rose up at the edge of the wood, blocked their path. The figure began bellowing a curse, but just then the heavens opened with divine light. A golden arrow flew down, pierced the devil's heart. Believing God had saved them, the poachers ran in fear and told the story to a local knight who had it written down. Locals recounted the story of the Bloody Yeoman for years as a warning against poaching. At this spot, so right outside the castle walls to the north, poachers were chasing a deer. Blood Red Devil rose up, blocked their path, and then the heavens open up and he gets shot with an arrow and killed him, killed this Blood Red Devil. And then the poachers go and say, we were saved. Okay. John says, I think the bow is a bow that Robert gave to Lambert for saving his life. Were we told that, or are we just assuming that? I mean, I definitely remember the story of the guy saving his life, and he knighted him, but did it say it gave him a bow and I'm just forgetting? So Harcourt, they were going to go kill some innocent people, and then a yeoman tried to shoot at Graves. Harcourt leapt in front of the arrow with his shield, stopping it. And Robert Graves is grateful and makes him a knight. But I don't see mention of him giving him a bow. Are you just assuming that, or are you remembering it from a different document? Let's continue through our evidence here. King Richard II, chess set of English nobility, made from walrus ivory. Yikes. Special care not required. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. This chess set was thought to be commissioned as a gift for King Richard II of England, depicting the nobility of his court with their names engraved on the underside of each piece. Noblemen were divided into white and black pieces according to their political allegiances. A real-life chess game between the two sides would play out just over a decade after its creation during Richard's deposition. 1384, walrus ivory. Yikes. Archival notes, presumed to be finished in the year 1384, based on the combination of nobles depicted as white pieces. John of Gaunt, 1st Duke of Lancaster, Thomas of Beauchamp, 12th Earl of Warwick, Henry Bolingbroke, 3rd Earl of Derby. John of Gaunt, 1st Duke of Lancaster, Thomas Beauchamp, 12th Earl of Warwick, and Henry Bolingbroke, 3rd Earl of Derby. Black pieces, Richard of Bordeaux, King of England, Thomas of Lewinor, 4th Baron Cherwell. So here is, that looks like the king, though. But maybe these are just they're all nobles. Maybe it's not a king, it's just... So I guess that this is Thomas of Lewinor, the 4th Baron. This is a piece meant to represent the illegitimate son, who's now become one of the nobles of King Richard II, but with different political alliances to these three. Purchased 1980, March 1980 to July 2015, displayed in Medieval Collection. July 15th, sent for restoration. September 2015, sent to return to storage. January 2016 to September 2018, displayed in the Medieval Collection. October 2018, on loan to University of South England. So I suppose it feels like the only thing we would learn from here is their allegiances, right? White and black according to their political allegiances. So these two were aligned. Henry Bolingbroke and, Richard of Bordeaux, King of England, and Thomas of Louisnoir, 4th Baron. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe this is Richard Bordeaux, the King of England, and here is our Thomas Louisnoir. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? That the king would be the king. Okay. Now we've got a newspaper article from current day, 2018. Angela's Local Law by Angela Williams. Happy Saturday, dear readers. This week I happened across a book of Middle English poetry in the Kettlebridge Road Library. After flipping through the pages, two stanzas stuck out to me. Who knew medieval minstrels were fond of the ghost stories? Pay attention to the pattern of iambs, consisting of an unstressed syllable followed by a stressed syllable that made the song the hottest dance. After the arrow felled the fend, his phantom dined upon Cherwell's food, which bloody lips made poisoned throughout midwinter 82. Bad humors plagued Baron Graves, but 1 full year since, Lord Maid, the Baron kept onto his bed, made sick by the yeoman red. Perhaps readers with a knack for the paranormal have run into the infamous bloody yeomen themselves. What a thought! I, for one, am tickled pink to live in a country with such rich history that we have our resident poltergeist. So the red yeoman, which was the thing we read about here, is their poltergeist, and we're told that he was made sick by poisons. Bloody lips made poison throughout the winter of 82. 1382, I suppose they're saying. Jonathan says, don't forget the QR code. I'll put that on our to-do list. And our Latin text. All right, let's see if there's anything else on the side of this that we should concern ourselves with. Pretty slim. But what about the other side? Raiders of the Lost Baron. 10 October 2018. Sources close to the band of academics studying the ruins of Cherwell Castle have noted a rash of thefts from the Diggs artifact warehouse. A graduate student working under team lead Giselle Evans overheard Evans speaking on the phone with the Cherwell County Constabulary. It seems that 3 or more of the Diggs' rarest artifacts went missing after being cataloged and stored. These artifacts include a cast silver ring and a suit of armor. Cherwell County Constabulary said when asked for comments, "We are working to recover these valuable treasures of England's past. The thief likely plans to sell the artifacts, although while some, like the silver ring, are easy to pawn, others would only be worth any real money to a select few customers. We're working to recover these valuable treasures of England's past. Evans did not respond to the Herald's request for comment. The University of South England has contracted a local security firm to patrol Cherwell Castle while the dig carries on. And then we've got a welcome. Doesn't look like there's anything there for us. So maybe a tie-in with a current day mystery. Who is stealing things? Do we have a tie-in with a current ancestor? And is this going to be a sign of how he actually died and when? Poison in 1382, perhaps? What have we got next? History of medieval Britain. Force majeure. That would be like a hand of God, something act of God. Something out of man's control. Many occurrences in medieval Europe were attributed to force majeure, or an act of God. The use of force majeure to interpret the unknown may seem logical to modern observers. In specific applications, germ theory was not well understood at the time, so naturally a man dropping dead with no apparent symptoms was God's will rather than an invisible pathogen. However, this mindset extended beyond simple unexplained phenomena. Beaufort, a leading voice in the study of medieval ontology, says, acts of God were a self-determining prophecy. God had the power to grant life and take it away. By virtue of someone being alive, they were seen to be divinely favored, or at least tolerated. A sudden death was therefore a swift punishment for some sin. Notably, Beaufort sees force majeure as a way to explain tragedy retroactively. He supposes that in the medieval period, the untimely death of a relative should not be something to grieve, but reassurance that God corrects the world to create order and let virtue thrive. The medieval period saw force majeure slowly weaponized as accidents could be arranged. Falling ill after a meal or a splintered lance leading to an infected wound would be seen as divine intervention, neatly avoiding the need to investigate for deliberate poisoning or a surreptitiously reinforced lance head. In this way, many scholars believe dozens, if not hundreds, of deaths in the Middle Ages were secret assassinations that were never given proper attention. Bromley points this out in the context of infamous so-called hunting accidents. Hunts were dangerous outings, no surprise there, since hunting involved badgering the local wildlife until it startled and ran across the hunter's line of sight. But the dark forests of England and Wales were perfect spots for ambushes. A hunting party would spread out, allowing an assassin the opportunity to stalk their intended victim. Putting an arrow in the back of someone's head was the easiest thing in the world. Then the assassin would need to feign ignorance and act distraught, calling for help. The first response many would be to pity the assassin whose arrow, it was assumed, was redirected by God to strike down a sinner. Anybody might have taken pot shots at a flying bird and struck another hunter. Murder was the furthest thing from anyone's mind as the mouths of noble jackals began to water at the thought of taking the dead man's position at court. In other words, you kill the noble lord, everyone's going to move up in the chain of command, so no one wants to make trouble. Whether those alive at the time understood how force majeure could be used to their advantage to gloss over certain violent incidents is unclear. It is probable that cynical nobles with a disdain for religion saw through force majeure, but as this was a class already disposed to murdering their enemies with little regard to piety, such murders may have occurred regardless of if the noble relied on or simply stumbled into the veneer of force majeure in their schemes. Okay. Was Robert bleeding from the mouth because he was poisoned and then shot with an arrow, or was Robert the bloody devil baron? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, what have we got here? we've got a half reconstructed urn of some sort. 1382. Okay, so 1382, remember, we think 1381 might be the poison. 1381, I think 1381 is the Latin poem date, and if this one full year since. So I wonder if what we're looking at is 1382. If that's the 1 year since that, I wonder if we're going to get that 1382 might be the year of his actual death. So this could be, let's just, I don't know, but let's see. So grid 69 is where this was found. That would be way in the south, right? Pretty far south. And they find chloroplast DNA. Okay, what does that mean? DNA samples underwent the polymerase chain reaction to create copies for testing. Copies were then distributed for chemical analysis. 2 samples of plant DNA were isolated and cross-checked with the sample library. We've got common oat and nightshade poison, aka belladonna. Here's their interpretation. Oats make it likely this was a cooking pot used in the castle kitchens. Final meal prepared in the pot may have been pottage or a similar porridge. Any traces of previous meals not detected, but regular washing of dishes makes this common. In other words, last food served from here was oats or gruel porridge. Trace elements of poisonous alkaloid, deadly nightshade belladonna. However, analysis didn't indicate strong concentration, and it was unlikely to be high enough to be lethal. Regardless, the implication of attempted poisoning is worth following up on during testing of the remaining pottery samples. I guess we're meant to take this at its word that they don't think there could have been enough poison in here to kill someone, right? They found trace elements. I mean, yeah, it's hundreds of years old. So I don't know how they're concluding that based on trace elements, there wasn't a substantial amount of poison originally. But I think what we're supposed to maybe interpret is that they found the remaining like little pieces of oat food. They've examined it, and there wouldn't have been enough poison in the oats to be fatal. But maybe to knock someone out? Or maybe we're meant to look at other pieces of pottery. I do think it's weird that it's from 1382, though. I'm just going to make a note, this 1382. All right, let's take our next break. We'll come back and continue in 8 minutes. Well, I'm not sure we're any closer to knowing what happened, but we still have maybe 8 or 9 documents left to read, so let's keep going. This is from the letterhead of St. Carla Church to the Cherwell Castle excavation team, care of Giselle Evans, so present day 2018. My assistant brought your query about the staff of St. Rowena to my attention. Our parish records from the 1300s are rather scattered, and as such it took some time to uncover any direct references. St. Carla operated in tandem with its partner abbey during this time, and some petty rivalries kept the bishop and abbot from consolidating their records. Fortunately, one of our young priests took a liking to the task, eagerly reorganizing all paper records that had survived through the ages. As such, he located a mention of the staff. Friar Herman of the Dominican Order of Preachers is purported to have stayed at the abbey in the summer of the year 1381 and left the staff in the care of the abbot as Friar Herman continued his travels. Of a special note to you and your team, Friar Herman is noted to have just arrived from an extended stay at Cherwell Castle. It is reported he was gifted the relic by a dying man of nobility to try and buy God's favor at the 11th hour. However, the location of the staff itself is not recorded, and in line with the aforementioned rivalries in church leadership, I am doubtful such a record would have made its way to St. Carla. The church must hand the reins to archaeologists and anthropologists such as yourself, should the staff be recovered from wherever it has come to rest. I offer my humble apologies that we could not provide more direction to guide your search for the staff, but you and your colleagues are always welcome in Caradoc if you would care to visit and browse our records personally. Warm regards, God bless, Reverend Rhys Beddoe in Wales. So this is an interesting story about a dying man of nobility gave this staff in the year of 1381 at Cherwell Castle. So Robert Graves, I think, was dying for real in 1381 and gave this staff to this guy to try to buy God's favor. I think that's the only important thing. I don't know if anything else matters here. It doesn't say he died, but he says at the 11th hour he gave this gift. And it absolutely does line up with our timeline of death in the year 1381, 1382, somewhere in there. And here we have another letter from England. I mean, from Ingrid, to match our first letter. This is part 2. Penelope, it's again to Penelope. Penelope, I shall not be visiting London as I had hoped to. My lady, Matilda, had a bitter quarrel with the Baron, and I must stay for something. I am to remain to attend her. I'm not sure what she was saying here. I must stay for the something. I mean, that could be significant. She says, you something, and then, or speak not of what I share with you. I hexed the quarrel, and my lord and lady knowed not. They did stand in the kennel and quarrel, or maybe I heard the quarrel, and my lady and I heard the quarrel, and my lord and lady didn't know. They did stand in the kennel and quarrel as I did outside. My lady was furious that the Baron had adopted the bastard son. The Baron was haughty and said he had done it to punish my lady, for she had become defiant of late. And then I cannot something. And then it says, he desired to keep her as a lover, but will imprison her in the castle evermore. He's going to keep Matilda in the castle forever. What's the theory of why promoting the bastard is a punishment to Matilda? Is it because Matilda would inherit if he didn't do this? I don't understand why we've read twice now that he's promoting the bastard to spite the lover. I don't really understand that. Maybe we're going to learn it at some point. Something crossed off. Then he says, but then, dear Penelope, the Baron did threaten me. I leaned around the corner to watch as my lady with fire defended my honor. Alas, the Baron thinketh me a witch, and says the other servants agree. My knowing of herbology, I think, is mistaken for alchemy, and my literacy for the influence of the devil. The fact that she knows about herbs and belladonna and nightshade makes everyone think she's a witch and works with the devil. I saw my lady become flush, and I thought she might faint, but she tore the brooch from her cloak and stabbed the Baron in his side. For a moment, he doth stand stiff, and then the Baron roared and collapsed. I did with haste slip away from my lady, for my lady ran out from the kennel, her crying for help and feigning distress. That night, I helped bathe my lady and asked how she fared, but her answer was strange, and she assured me I would be safe with her. She faced away from me, as she could not see my face become hard with conviction. The wound the brooch left in the Baron is now infected. I refuse to brew a recipe of herbs. Perchance he shall die. As you now know, I cannot join you, dear Penelope. Forgive me. I shall visit on another occasion. Okay, so I think the idea in the channel might be reasonable. Suzanne says, maybe Matilda hoped to have a son who could inherit the estate. And once he acknowledges the bastard, that bastard would get precedence. But he's also got another son who, unless he dies, he would already take over from Matilda. But maybe the other point is that the illegitimate son doesn't like Matilda. So when he recognizes the illegitimate son, Matilda knows, oh, I'm out of favor now. Okay, but the brooch, which we have found, right? This we think was found on the grounds. That's what she stabbed him with. Could there have been poison on it or infection on it deliberately? And is that what killed him? We don't know. Okay, I see that this is the translation for this. Confessions from Henry Graves in June 1381. This says July 1381, but this is Confessions. And this is Holy Father. And Jonathan thinks this might be the narrow wound that scraped the bone. I think that makes sense. Okay, so let's make sure that we've got So this is a partial translation, and we are going to try to look for, there was some mention of trying to get the timing right so that we could figure out what this is, maybe. Forgive me, Holy Father, I have sinned mortally. I'm deathly afraid that I might have committed the act of kingslaying. Perhaps I have killed my own flesh and blood, my father. Holy Father, the deed weighs heavily on me, I'm certain. So can we identify who we think this is? HD. I'm not sure what HD, but this is our, oh, Hermano de Dusterwald, HD. The brother of Dusterwald. Okay, let's just read it and we'll make sense of it later. I mean, this has got to be one of his sons, right? But I don't understand which son it is. We've got Thomas and Henry. So, but this is from one of the friars. Is one of the friars a bastard son? Is that what it is? Okay, let's see. The deed weighs heavily on me. I'm certain it was my arrow that pierced my father's heart. Now he lays in his bed gasping for breath as the servants treat his wound, but I feel he will not survive. I'm ready to dedicate my life to God as penance for this heinous sin. I will remain by my father until God takes him, and I intend to join the brothers at Fariscott Abbey as a humble monk. Perhaps God will be merciful and forgive me this sin of mine. Okay, so it's one of the brothers who's joined the brotherhood and taken the new name of Hermano de Dusterwald, a brother. Okay, Thomas and I had been begging him to hunt ever since winter. So this is Henry. I think this is Henry that is writing this, and he's talking about Thomas, the other son, and I had been begging him to stage a hunt ever since winter. Today saw the sun beaming down, even though there was a chill. So father finally relented and agreed to go out. Sir Lambert, that's the other one, Harcourt the knight, hoped to join us later, but had something to discuss with Matilda's serving girl first. The three of us set out just after dawn, began walking through the woods east of the castle. It was not yet midday when we heard rustling ahead, and Thomas called out that it was a deer. Suddenly, father rushed ahead, making enough noise to wake the dead. Thomas and I, something's crossed out. Thomas lost sight of him among the trees and followed the sounds of his running north toward the edge of the woods north of the castle. Then something crossed out. I don't know if we need to be able to try to figure out those words. It was there I saw the deer, quickly loosed an arrow straight at it, with Thomas following suit. But the deer leaped away, and my arrow carried on into the woods. I heard a terrible scream like a wounded dog and led Thomas toward the scream. There was father on the ground near where my arrow had flown, and an arrow was stuck in his heart. Due to the morning chill, father had demanded Thomas give him. Okay, so I've already got my theory here. And you guys might be guessing, you might be thinking similarly, but I'm going to tell you what I've sort of got put together here. If you'll remember, in the book, I believe it's the book, Robert Grave knights his squire, Harcourt, and he mentions how this guy, Lambert Harcourt, has a strange sense of justice. I forget where he mentions that. He mentions he's got a real sense of justice, this Harcourt. So I think this son thinks he shot his father, but he didn't. He's not the source of the arrow. His arrow just went into the woods. But it happened to coincide when the king was hit by an arrow from that north tower. And I think it makes sense that, if I had to guess, it was Lambert Harcourt who was his friend and protector and squire, but has a very strong sense of justice and honor, is my guess. And when we're told that here, as an aside, that Lambert was late because he was talking to the Matilda's lady. This is the woman, Ingrid, who's been writing. And I'm guessing what's happened is that Ingrid perhaps has made up a story to Harcourt and said that the king has committed some terrible sin, like raping Ingrid. And Ingrid has convinced Harcourt to kill the king. That's my early guess. But surely we can agree that this is a setup for the son thinking he killed his father, but he didn't. Don't we agree on that? He's fired an arrow, the deer leaped away, the arrow goes into the woods where he hears his father scream to the north of the castle. Surely, we are hearing that it's a coincidence. I agree with Lambert shooting him from the Osprey Tower. I don't think he was trying to shoot Robert because I believe he was reported as turning pale when he saw it was the king. Okay, that's an interesting possibility. Okay, you might be right. You might be right. But we're both in agreement. Is everyone in agreement that the son thinks his arrow hit the father, but it didn't? We don't even know that the arrow killed him at this point. But surely he's making it sick. Okay, so what we should do, though, is we should note that Thomas, who's the illegitimate son, now we know why Thomas took over the barony, right? We know the answer to that mystery. We were saying, why does the illegitimate son inherit the barony when there was a legitimate son, Henry? And that's because Henry entered the priesthood and promised that that's how he was going to live out his life, in service to God. Dusterald. Now, there's one other weird thing. This is the translation, but we noticed when we read this that there was this underlined part. And I wondered if we need to figure out which part this is. I don't think this part has been translated because we're reading. Is it just this first? Like, I don't think this is a full translation. So I guess we're not going to get this part. All right, let's not worry about it for now. Next up is I think this is a letter from the king back. Richard II, King of England, Lord of Wales and Ireland, by the grace of God, Sir Thomas of Lewinor, the real son of Robert Graves, Baron Cherwell, with all honors, dignities, and powers therein. To name Thomas Graves a bastard is to be held in royal contempt for slander. This guarantor or whatever, with the request of Robert Graves, Baron Cherwell, to Thomas Graves, in succession the barony of Cherwell, after the firstborn son of Robert Graves, Baron Cherwell, namely Henry Graves, look upon this something. But basically it's saying Thomas Graves is no longer a bastard. He is the legitimate son, and he's second in succession after the legitimate son, which we know entered the priesthood now. We have caused these letters to be made patent, witness ourselves upon the 4th day of July in the year 1378. 1378. So 3 or 4 years before he died, we think. It's a decree. I see, a decree, yes. Okay, so there we go. Look upon this decree. Nice. Pretty cool. How do you like that? Getting a little note from the king, a scroll. Can you imagine with the seal? Can you imagine? What came in the mail today? Oh, a scroll from the king. Okay, and what have we got here? Father was pleased. I came to observe the tournament, the tournay. Sir Lambert passed me in his tournay armor. I barely knew him if not for his crest. He said he was surprised that as a boy of 10 and 9, I would not take part myself. Okay, so whoever's writing this is 19 years old. I sat to watch Sir Vimont joust. A girl sit beside me seemed smitten with his opponent, a knight bearing a pointed sun. After the sun knight were unhorsed, she did become sullen and quiet. Then I did go to find meat. I passed Baron Danbay drinking with Sir Turgot in a tent. Both men were enraged that they did lose in their first bouts. When I returned to the jousting field, I came upon a squire holding in his arms gold and silver painted wood splinters. He said his master did lose, having won his first bout but lost his second. I returned to my seat and did follow the progress of Sir Lambert, that's our guy, the squire, throughout the day. He first won against a knight all in black, and then against a knight with a unicorn on his shield, and then a third against a knight bearing a red corset or corse something. I also did follow Sir Bowles with his golden eagle, but he did lose to father. Okay, so this guy is one of the sons. After he rode against a knight bearing a crest of golden wheat, father did retreat to his tent. I believe his short breath from his near drowning did trouble him, though that accident were 10 years past. But when he returned, he seemed full of vigor. Huh. Are we to believe that? Is it possible someone was standing in for him? Sir Lambert rode in the final bout of the great tourney against, we don't know. On the third tilt, he dealt a strong blow with his lance, which hit him in the shoulder. We all heard a horrible sound as the shoulder broke. It sounds like he was against the father, and that's the shoulder wound. He dealt a strong blow with his lance, which hit him in the shoulder. We all heard a horrible sound as the shoulder broke. Some in the audience whispered they thought he was killed by the blow. Sir Lambert graciously hurried to aid him before accepting his reward as victor. I think we're just meant to figure out that this is one more of the wounds, don't you think? Where is our autopsy report? It seems like this is an explanation for the wound. It's not on this one. Which one is it on? Shoulder wound. So just ways for us to eliminate various wounds. Neat. Boy, that's pretty nice little piece of evidence. All right, we are almost done with our evidence here. John of Gaunt beginneth his plan. An ambitious peasant is enlisted as our agent. They will visit Cherwell as an impostor to undermine the Graves family. The Duke is most pleased at the chance to be revenged on his enemy. Date unknown. Okay, what does this make you think? Any thoughts? What is this? What is this suggesting? Sounds like it might be the Duke that was Eleanor's father. Maybe Thomas was a fake son. Yes, that's right. We're told that John Gaunt had a long-running fight with Robert Graves. And we're told that lots of people believe that the illegitimate son wasn't even his son, but Robert was convinced he was. So it sounds like maybe this might be an old plan to send a fake bastard son to ingratiate himself with the father. This sounds like he's talking about the bastard son not really being an imposter and not really a bastard son, and that his whole purpose was to get revenge on Robert Graves once he ingratiates himself. That's what it reads to me. So this would have been written before the bastard son came on scene. Let's look at what we got next. It looks like it's the tournament. Now look how cool this is. So when we read that story, we read about the fighting. It's the tourney, 1377. So we think this is probably 4 years before the death. Doesn't feel like we need to do this, but I guess what it's trying to suggest is that because this guy told us about each tournament and the coat of arms that they won, we had the knight with the painted sun, which is here. So I guess what the idea is going to be is to show us that in the end, there were two knights jousting. One of them is going to be our guy, Harcourt Lambert, right? The squire. He's the guy who won here. So he's going to be the winner from this side of the tournament. He's the one who got here. And what we're led to believe now is that he went against our guy with the shoulder injury, which we think should be Robert Graves, which I guess is this. It doesn't look exactly like that, but is that what we're meant to understand? I mean, is that the whole point of this, is to figure out who Harcourt went against? I mean, we just assumed because of story that it's Robert Graves. But I guess we can figure it out because of this. So his father goes against the guy in Golden Wheat. Was his last fight, and he came back and won. Okay, so the Golden Wheat is probably this. So the Golden Wheat was going to be the winner of this branch. And I think we're meant to believe that Robert Graves is going to be the winner of this branch. And then the two of them fight. And then Robert Graves goes against Harcourt. I mean, it's like a little bit of a puzzle. It's kind of fun, but it doesn't feel like we needed to solve it. And the Golden Eagle lost to his father. So there's the Golden Eagle and his father here. So the Golden Eagle won this. Robert Graves won this. Then they two fought, and the Golden Eagle lost to Robert. And then Robert beat the Golden Wheat. And then Robert had to fight Harcourt, which won all of his. All right. Now, we are now done with the physical evidence. We have now read all of the physical evidence, including the Latin one that we've got translation for. What is remaining is this QR code and the email account. This is an odd little puzzle because it doesn't seem necessary to us, but unless there's something we're not understanding. Let's do the QR code. And we're going to be listening to this, I guess. If we can listen to it together. So I'm a little confused about how this is being phrased. I assumed I assumed that we were going to get an actual, sorry, this seems to say recreation of the original poem, Frere Herman brought to life. So what I don't understand is what poem. Like, it feels like there should be another poem that we want to listen to. Is it going to be the one in the paper? All right, well, I guess we're just going to try to listen to it and see. I hope I can hear this with you. Otherwise, we may have to figure out a different solution. Ah, can't hear it. Let's see if I can figure out how to make this happen.
As I ever was.
And then I have to. So I have these new earphones, and they're causing me a little bit of a trouble when it's muting and unmuting. Give me a second here. Let me see if I can fix this. All right, let's see if this works.
As I ever was drawing west, I spied upon a place for rest. The castle Sherwell lay in my path, with delicate smell to break my fast. A grief knelt leaped one and all, to join Lord Sherwell in his hallé. It was a feast to end the winter chill, so I obeyed the summon of the bell. Enjoying the Lord at his table, among gents' color sheen was I arrayed in sable. Our host sittend at center, and I most pious sat furthest from the maiden most willing. Practic magic craft under the moon arisen, to serve her lady who was in the castle then prisoner. Betwixt us with a knight and two princes, whisper unto their fader to convince that a great hunt should begin one winter wane, and shew the neue bastard the local domain. Our meaty wiste forth bringen on trencher's heart, and our assault began with no aforethought. Cobblenut and ballock broth and sweet fruit, with venison fed on beetroot. Thereafter I bespake with the Lord of my quest, and who accepted my behest, should I remainen and leaden prayer for his men, which I did, though accepted.
Okay, that was kind of amazing, but what was really interesting, I'm not sure we can make sense out of all of it, but it's about this dinner. It's this guy. This guy is writing. So I think we should listen to it again. It's pretty cool. Let's listen to it again with this on the screen. Okay, because he's telling us one of these is Ingrid, and he's telling us all this stuff. So let's try again.
As I ever was drawing west, I spied upon a place for rest. The castle Sherwell lay in my path, with delicate smell to break my fast. A Greek knelt leaped one and all, to join Lord Sherwell in his halleh. It was a feast to end a winter chill, so I obey the summon of the bell. Enjoying the Lord at his table, among Jen's color sheen was I arrayed in sable. Our host sittend at center, and I most pious sat furthest from the maiden most willis, who practic magic craft under the moon arisen.
The witch, Ingrid, they
to
think.
serve a lady who was in the castle then prisoner. Betwixt us with a knight and two princes,
The knight and the two princes.
whisper unto their fader to convey.
They're telling the father to convince
That
him
a great hunt should
have the
begin
hunt.
one winter wane, and shew the neue bastard the local domain. Our meaty wiste forth bringen on trenchers hot, and our supper began with no aforethought. Cobble nut and ballock broth and sweet fruit, with venison fed on beech roots. Thereafter I bespake with the Lord of my quest, and who accepted my behest, should I remainen and leaden prayer for his men.
So he led a prayer for the men.
Which I did, though accepted.
So I'm not sure how much new information that gives us, but how incredibly cool is that? So there's the guy who's written this poem. And one of these is the witch. Is this the witch of the woman who's a prisoner, or is the woman who's a prisoner not here, and this is the witch, and this is the witch's helper? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Jonathan is saying that he thinks that this is the guy who's Harcourt Lambert, the guy who believes in justice. We think he was in the Osprey Tower that used to have an arrow slit, and it's his arrow that kills the Lord. And then the question is, did he mean to? And Jonathan's theory is he comes down from the stairs all white as a ghost because he killed him by mistake. And the idea is, Jonathan says at the end of that poem, it sounds like he's saying that Thomas, who we think could be the fake son, is who he meant to kill. And maybe we'll have to reread that scene again to see if there was something about them dressed in a way that could easily be mistaken. I mean, it's the we should make sure we get right who is the illegitimate son. So the illegitimate son is this one. And they do look kind of similar. Facial hair. So the idea, Jonathan series, this guy shoots this guy in the north where he was supposed to be hunting and ends up shooting this guy while trying to kill this guy. And then the illegitimate son takes over. Well, we still have the email access to get into. Marco says, yes, it seems that Thomas was the target of Lambert. I'm not ready to jump to that conclusion, but that's the theory. Jonathan says, I think I was reading too much into the chant. I think it was just saying part of the point of the hunt was for Thomas to become familiar with the land. So yeah, that's just a theory. I mean, I feel very strongly that he was hit by Lambert from the slit in the arrow, but we still don't really know that that's how he died. We still have the email access to get into, though, that may shed final light on some of this. So before we go reread stuff, there's also this. I don't think we fully understand what this is about, because this is the date where he might have gotten 1381 or 1382. I don't think we're quite sure. A blood-red devil rose up at the edge. I mean, we do know that this is what they're wearing. Is it this? That's the red? But, or were they wearing their stuff? Pierce the devil's heart, so blood red, so that doesn't work. I wonder if we could try to, maybe this is not giving us anything new. Okay, let us solve the puzzle of the email extra digital evidence, and then we'll deal with coming up with our final theories. So we need the intro letter, which is here. So the email access says basically you're not going to know what you need for a password until you try to log on. So What is this URL? www.uose, University of Southern England. Okay. UK. Okay, here we go. So sign in, and she gives us her email. She gives us her email address, but she says she doesn't remember her password. So Evan5, I don't like this, but I guess it's Evans. EVANSG5. Don't love. Maybe we're not going to need this. UOSE. Evans G, there's no, yeah, Evans G5, UOSE .co.uk. And the point is that we've forgotten our password. So we enter, I guess I've got to do it again here. I guess it would tell us here if I got this part wrong. So Evans G5 at uose.co.uk. Okay, and now what's it going to give us as a reminder? To reset your password, you need to contact the technical department. Alternatively, you can temporarily access your mailbox without the password by answering the following security questions. What's your middle name? What's your excavation license number? And click on the face of Henry Graves. Okay, well, that seems a little too easy. I thought it would make it a little more fun. But, okay, the document, some of her documents gives her excavation license. So here is Giselle Evans, Evans G, and her excavation license. Here's her professional license. Did she have a different excavation license? Where's our excavation? Okay, well, maybe that was her professional license here. And what's her middle name? Giselle Evans. What is her middle name? What is her middle name? Does anyone remember? The pottery report has her middle name, you say, says the chat. Okay, well, that is appreciated. Let's go get our pottery report. Pottery report, Giselle Guinevere Evans. Okay, good catch. So if we go here, we've got middle name of Guinevere. How do we spell Guinevere? Guinevere? That doesn't seem right. No, no doubles. Guinevere. Okay, and license number, excavation license number, which I remember it is here. Her professional license, surely that's the one we want, E3131. 3131. And we're going to say Henry Graves. Okay, so not Robert Graves. We want the son, Henry Graves, who is the legitimate son. And just to confirm that Henry Graves is the split one. So right here is the, remember, this is the good son, the true-born son, who enters the priesthood mistakenly thinking he killed the father. Maybe I'll put it right there. All right, any disagreement with any of these? Remember, this is the illegitimate son who becomes the Baron, and this is Harcourt Lambert, the squire. Okay, let's see. No. What have we gotten wrong? Surely it's not Henry Graves. Surely it's either the spelling of Guinevere or that this is not the excavation license. Guinevere. That is Guinevere. Let me just try lowercasing this. Professional license number E3131. It does say to click on his face? No, it doesn't say to click. Oh, click on the face. I say click on the face. Okay, let's try again. I just wanted us to click on the face. Okay, thank you. It's a little weird that it said like click anywhere and then else at the top it said click on his face. Okay, good catch. So we got everything right. We just needed to click on his face. We should take a break. When we come back, we'll read this final set of digital evidence, and then we'll have to solve the case. I'll see all 17 of you in 8 minutes. Let's check in with the chat here. Does anyone think Ingrid poisoned Robert with belladonna, making him scream in pain or bleed from the mouth, Robert being the bloody devil? It does feel like this is talking about the scene where Robert Graves was shot with an arrow. The only thing that's confusing is why would he be described as a blood red devil? I mean, it's the right year. It's pursuing a deer. It's the arrow coming out of the North Tower. So it seems to me that I wonder if we didn't either overlook or are not going to read, or maybe we have to look at that poem again and hear that Robert Graves was wearing a red outfit. Even though here he's not pictured in red, but of course they're not going for the hunt yet. So I think maybe we're going to hear that Robert Graves was wearing red. But let's not try to jump to conclusions unnecessarily. I think the belladonna is going to be a red herring. Let's go ahead and read these. Now, let's, for once, read them in the right order. It's oldest to newest. So let's start here. Hi, Giselle. Hope the dig's going all right. I got your message regarding the indulgence from the Archbishop of Canterbury. As you guessed, most of it is boilerplate clerical junk, complete forgiveness for sins committed, penance assigned, etc. But there was one section that jumped out at me. You were right again. There was something odd. Here's the interesting bit. Deus verdet vertum, whatever. It's the Latin. Is this the part that's underlined? I don't even know if it's part of this. I translated to mean, God has seen Brother Henry surrender earthly pleasures and withdraw to monastic seclusion as penance for his mortal sin. Now I, Ranulph, Archbishop of Canterbury, wash away the sin upon the death of Brother Henry, so that God may welcome it into heaven. If that really is Henry Graves, he would be nearly 7 years old. That's a lot of penance. So this is something we had already figured out, right? This is basically what we had already concluded from the found confession here. We already figured out that this was the Brother Henry who thought he shot his father with the arrow. And this is just adding evidence to that. There is a document we can download. I'm not sure what this is meant to be. Why do we need to see this? I guess it's just fun to give us one more thing, but we had already figured out what was going on there. So Henry thought he killed his father and felt so guilty he vowed to follow God. I mean, we know he's not the killer. All right, let's go back. We did not need that information. How about dental records? Dear Giselle Evans, thank you for choosing the University of South England's Paleo DNA lab for your testing needs. Your complete lab report is attached to this email. So we've got dental records. All right, what are we going to hear? Are we going to be able to see that poison or not? Is that what we're going to see? We have to click multiple clicks each time? Really? Every time? Okay, grid 18, they found a tooth. DNA obtained from the dental records of individuals. Robert Graves, first molar. Thomas Graves of Llewellyn, central incisor. Recovered DNA then compared to test paternity. Aha, okay, so look at this. They found 2 teeth. One is of Robert Graves. One is Thomas Graves, the illegitimate son. We think there's a good chance he's not related at all, but we're not sure. From the note we found, it seems like he might be planted as a spy, but we don't know. Now we're going to find out. So if he is related, then this note is about someone else. Here we go. That was part 1. And I guess the idea is for us to go to part 2, page 2. What do you think? Do you think he is going to be the son or he's not? I think he's not going to be the son. Comparison of the DNA sample shows the two individuals were unrelated. Genomes were dissimilar in several key places, indicating Robert Graves and Thomas of Lewinor were no more related than any individuals in this era. Okay, that confirms our theory that he was a fraud, as many suspected in the family, but Robert was taken in by him and had him made. So this adds weight to our theory that maybe Harcourt Lambert was trying to kill Thomas, having figured out that he was a fraud and been unsuccessful in convincing his lord. Okay, so there we go. That lends weight to the idea that he was not just a fraud in it for money, like in There Will Be Blood, but in it to purposely destroy this family as an agent of John of Gaunt. This also fully confirms what we always say: do not go to the Cryptic Killer's online evidence till the end. Otherwise, it spoils some stuff. All right, back we go to our documents. So far, no surprises, but nice confirmation. Now, before I read this, I wanted to take a moment to make another recommendation to this group. One of my favorite bands of all time is a band called The Pentangle, Pentangle. A very unusual group with a singer named Jackie McShee from England in the 60s, or Ireland in the 60s, 70s. And they did a mix of sort of rock, jazz, and medieval songs. And they have some amazing versions of some medieval songs, including one called The Hunting Song, which seems very relevant to our case. You can find tons of archival video music of them on YouTube, but truly one of my favorite bands of all time. So there you have something to listen to. All right, let's go back. Next email. Paper scrap, maybe nothing. Hi, boss. I know I'm not supposed to be in the storage room after hours, but I spotted a piece of paper caught up in one of the trolley wheels. Not sure what it belongs to or if it's even related to the dig. Figured I ought to check with you. Photo attached. Confession. What is this? The Brothers Prize Brigandine. Remember, we saw that. That's one of the armor things on the word search. The Brigandines. Nope, I was wrong about that. Brothers Prize Brigandine. Don't know what that is. To keep warm. As Thomas and I, is this going to be the red? As Thomas and I rushed to father's side, he still wore the armor, which made it difficult to tell how much he was bleeding against the red cloth. Together, Thomas and I returned him to the castle with some difficulty. Once I had composed myself, Came straight to you, Friar Herman, to take confession. Please, Holy Father, tell me, how can I ever atone for what I have done? So this is more confession from the true son who thinks he killed his father by mistake. But the really important part here is him casually mentioning. So right, that was the second half of this, the bottom half of this that got torn off. Okay, so nice. The really important thing there is him casually mentioning just what we suspected. What? That the father was wearing armor that had a big red cloth overcoat on, shawl, whatever. And that explains why these poachers saw a blood red devil rise up. And now we know, fully confirmed, that the arrow didn't come from the Henry, but from the arrow from the sky. A golden arrow flew down and pierced the devil's heart. So that's the golden arrow that came from the Osprey Tower this way. And we know who's in the Osprey Tower, which is Lambert Holcourt. So we now know, I mean, we already figured it out, but we have complete confirmation of that chain of events. Still doesn't mean that's what killed him in the end. So let us go back. That's pretty neat, though. Nice confirmation of that theory. Okay, good day, Miss Evans. How are you? As requested, I've completed the 3D render of Cherwell Castle to your specifications. All dimensions are accurate to the notes you provided, match the reconstructed floor plan. Please find attached an initial animation of the model. Let me know if you like the camera angle, rotation speed, etc. These can all be changed. So we're going to get a video. Probably this is just going to be yet more unneeded confirmation of the fact that the arrow could have come from the Osprey Tower, and confirmation that there probably was an arrow slit there. Let's see how it works. Okay, so we're rotating. We're approaching the north wall. The North Osprey Tower. Is there an arrow slit in it? I guess there is. Remember, we were told that there are no arrows. Can I flash back to that? Yes. There are no arrows in the windows as they see them on this Osprey Tower, but maybe they were replaced, but there they are. So they got filled up at some point, but Giselle must have commissioned having reconstructed them. And that's our theory where the arrow came from and was able to strike graves. So in the northeast. I guess if you wanted to be really careful about it, the arrows are, we think, in this quadrant here. So as long as Robert was killed here, that's consistent, which I think is exactly what we've got. All right, let's go back. What have we got next? Even if she reconstructed the 3D render wrong, what is it? It's not going to change our theory. Okay, 3 more pieces left. Let's see what this one is. Restoration update question. Good morning, Giselle. I'm pleased to say the restoration team are making progress on the book you retrieved from the crypt of Cherwell Castle. We've got a long way still to go, of course, but that's always the case with delicate projects like this. I've enclosed a photo of the page the team just finished working on. It's amazing how much color is preserved underneath the grime and dirt. To think this might have remained buried for hundreds or even thousands more years if the excavation hadn't been approved. I'll keep you posted with more regular updates. Talk soon. Restored manuscript page. What are we going to be shown here? What are we going to be shown here? What restored manuscript page? Does anyone have, is anyone following along with this have, understand what's happening here? The progress on the book you retrieved. Maybe we've never seen this. The king was wearing red armor, but Thomas is the one with the red coat of arms, so that's why Lambert thought he was shooting Thomas. Thomas should have been the one in red. Okay, that's a great observation, Jonathan. That's a great observation. Okay, so let us return to this, and let's take a look at what this manuscript page is, which I don't have a great intuition about what we're going to be looking at here. Okay, this is totally another unnecessary confirmation about the final battle in the tournament, which is exactly as we had figured out. This is just how he got his shoulder wound. And I guess it's not going to let me... Come on, guys. Dear Lord, why did these mobile devices make our life such hell? Okay, it's just the tournament between Harcourt and Robert Graves, everything we already knew. For unhorsing his opponent in the third tilt, the sum of 3,000 silver groat is given to Sir Lambert of Harcourt for victory in the joust. This reward given by the grace and estate of Robert the Cat, 3rd Baron. I mean, this is just exactly what was fairly clear to us. I feel like that's a pattern we've been seeing in this game. It's really making sure we didn't miss any of this. Okay, new voicemail. All right, I guess we're going to have to download and listen to this together. A missed call made to your University of South England phone line has been recorded. Please find the voicemail attached. All right, let's see if we can hear this together.
Hello, you fraudulent archaeologists.
No, don't.
Having fun?
Okay, let's see if I can hear this with you.
Oh, you fraudulent archaeologists. Having fun tearing apart Cherwell Castle? We at the Cherwell Historical Volunteer Club, at CHVC, were pleased to see you finally approached us to collaborate. And yet your email did not capture the pleading note we were looking for. How you expect to carry out any historical study in Cherwell County without involving the CHVC is anyone's guess. Perhaps next time you'll begin by partnering with us instead of having to beg for our help, yes? But despite the arrogance of your dig team, our board of directors has elected to humour you with a response as a flag of truce. Perhaps now you'll recognise how useful the CHBC might be to your excavation and invite us to join. Your original query read, does the Volunteer Club know of any historical record explaining the unidentified ruined building in the west end of the Outer Bailey at Sherwell Castle? As a matter of fact, yes indeed. The CHVC has archived all available records since the Norman conquest pertaining to Sherwell County. We have in our possession a taxation receipt dated autumn 1379 regarding a taxman's visit to Castle Sherwell. The receipt mentions the demolition of a kennel within the castle grounds, just in passing. We thought that should suffice to answer your query. If you have any other questions, we have the answers. A mutual agreement might be arranged between the CHVC and your dictine, should you deign to stoop to our level. Respectfully, Hazel Woods, Head of Community Outreach at the Sherwell Historical Volunteer Club.
I don't know why that woman has such an attitude, but the unidentified building is a kennel. Now, why is that significant? I mean, we know some bones found were dog, but why is that of any significance to us? Boy, that's weird. Okay, let's go through the rest of this and then we'll talk about it. Here's our last piece of evidence. Theft report by Giselle Evans. Good day, Miss Evans. We've got some good news regarding the theft report you submitted related to missing items from your archaeological excavation at Cherwell Castle. Our officers have managed to locate an amateur online sale of one artifact you reported, a set of medieval armor. I've attached a screenshot of the sale. If you can kindly confirm this matches your missing artifact. The WeBuy site does not publicize the location of their sellers. However, our cybercrimes unit is attempting to track down the IP address from which the post was made. I'm confident we will recover this set of armor within a week's time and apprehend your thief. Glad we could help with your unfortunate circumstances. We'll contact you when there are any new developments. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Okay, so what are we looking at here? This is redundant information meant to emphasize what we see here, and most importantly, to emphasize Jonathan's theory. We have to explain why he shot the Robert Graves by mistake. This screenshot and this drawing is to tell us that this guy was the guy who should have been wearing a red armor. But we read at the bottom of this confession that the king, the Baron Robert Graves, was also wearing red armor, a red cloth coat. That piece of evidence was the key information to explain to us why he shot him by mistake, thinking it was him, and he was trying to kill him because he's the fraudulent, unrelated imposter who was sent to mess up the family. It looks like you can see the hole in the armor. So, is it... So, that's a very good observation. So it's not that he was wearing a different set of red, it's that he was wearing his red. Is that right? I guess I should reread that again, because that now seems to be what that other email was suggesting. A paper scrap. Let's read this again. Oh. All right, let's read this again. Brothers prize Brigadine to keep warm. I see. So he's saying this is the Brigadine. Maybe someone, maybe we did read that somewhere. So what it's saying is the father was wearing Thomas's prized Brigadine to keep warm. Look, you can even see Thomas gave him. Father demanded Thomas give him his brother's praised Brigadine to keep warm. So not only was Robert Graves wearing red, he was wearing exactly his suit. So he didn't have it, but he did. And that's why he got shot right in the chest. And as Jonathan points out, it's so cool to even, you can actually see where the arrow pierced through it. Okay, so 100%. We've now, that's pretty clever actually, that this is halfway, a sentence halfway broken. Pretty subtle. This gets to my initial comment about cryptic killers have the smoking gun evidences. So we've now seen all the evidence. Almost everything here, if not everything, was just confirmation of our theories, though. So we completely understand how he got shot with the arrow and why and the motive. The question then for us is, I mean, arrow shot in the heart, right? So surely that's what kills him. But is it? Where is the poem we read in the newspaper that had him holding on? And I still want to hear your theory about why the dog kennel is important. Well, let's look at this again, because this felt like it was giving us stuff. Look, after the arrow felled the fiend, his phantom dined upon Cherwell's food, which bloody lips made poisoned throughout winter 82. Bad humors plagued Baron Graves, but 1 full year since, Ward made the Baron keep unto his bed, made sickly by the yeoman red. 2 stanzas stick out. Who knew medieval minstrels were fond of ghost stories? Pay attention to the pattern of I ams consisting of an unstressed syllable followed by a stressed syllable that made the song the hottest dance. I'll tell you what I think. I think this might be about the killing of Thomas, not the killing of Robert Graves. Is this poem saying that, like, after the arrow that killed Robert Graves, is it saying that he got revenge on Baron Graves, which was now Thomas? After the arrow felled the fiend, his phantom died upon Cherwell's food with bloody lips made poisoned throughout midwinter 82. I mean, this is a year after the hunt. That's my point. We know that this was their hunt. Here's the confession that led to his father being shot by the arrow. His father, Robert Graves, is dead by 1381. He's dead. He's dead. The arrow pierced his heart and killed him. He's dead by the arrow. I have sinned mortally. He's dead by the arrow. In fact, he's killed by that arrow in the winter of 1380 when they go hunting, or in the summer of 81, if I'm misunderstanding that. But the point is, I think this is a story afterwards about perhaps Thomas. And maybe this is some clue about how to read it with the stressed syllable. After the arrow felled the fend, his phantom dined upon Cherwell's food, with which bloody lips made poisoned. Throughout midwinter 82, bad humors plagued Baron Graves, but 1 full year since the Lord lie made the Baron kept unto his bed, made sick by the yeoman red. That's it. This is talking about the revenge of the phantom of Robert Graves. And it's not about Robert Graves lingering in bed. It's about the revenge taken on Thomas. I believe that that's what's happened. I believe Robert Graves is the 3rd Baron, passed father to son. And this is a poem, look, made sick by the yeoman red. This is telling us that the Ingrid has poisoned the Thomas and gotten her revenge on him. And that belladonna poison for a year, he lingered. And that's how she's gotten her revenge on this guy. And if you read it, you can see what they're saying. They're saying the bloody yeoman, which we know is Robert Graves. And they're saying that the ghost of Robert Graves, who was killed in 1381 on that scene, is the ghost haunting Thomas, who's now become Baron Graves. That's how I read it. Oh, I'm wrong. Marco says, we know Thomas is alive in 1384 for the chess, and the poison is 1382. Boy, I was so confident about that theory. How does it pierce his heart, though, and not kill him? We know Thomas is alive by 1384 because of the chess. That's a good point. But what's the theory then? All right, let's read this part again. Maybe he didn't die from the arrow. Comes down from the Osprey Tower, face white as a ghost. He realizes his father wounded with an arrow through his black heart. Sir Lambert came close behind, his face turning white as snow when he sees what he's done. They bandaged the wounds, and they sat by his bedside. But a few who remained at the castle chased me off while crying out that I'm a witch. I thought I saw vile Thomas make a face as if to say he was pleased that I could not inspect the wounds. In my heart, I believe the treacherous bastard murdered his father. Even as I write these words, I seethe with anger. I would readily poison Thomas and the rest of the household if he tried to bring harm to my lady. I mean, they have bandaged his wound. This feels weird, though. Why is it so hard to just figure out? All right, let's go back to this. Is this really the only evidence we have of when he really died? Where is our... Aha, okay, hold on. The word fend we have a translation for. As the arrow felled the devil, his phantom dined upon Cherwell's food, which bloodied lips made poisoned throughout midwinter 82. Bad humors plagued Baron Graves, but 1 full year since, Wardy made Lord Lie. 1 full year since Wardley made, the Baron kept onto his bed, made sickly by the yeoman red. Then they talk about the paranormal have run into the bloody yeoman. After the arrow felled the devil, maybe it's just saying at the same moment that this was happening in 1381, this ghost was eating Cherwell's food here, which bloody lips made poisoned throughout midwinter 82. This is the Belladonna Nightshade theory, which gave him bad humors, plagued him throughout 82. Plagued Baron Graves throughout midwinter 82. Bad humors plagued Baron Graves, but 1 full year since Wardley made. 1 full year since he was made Lord of the Castle. This is the new Baron. 1 full year since the new Baron was made. 1 full year since the new Baron was made. He was in bed. Wardley made. Surely that's talking about since he was the new lord. Where is that chess set? Where is that chess set? let me see if there's an alternate reading to the chess set that has Thomas dead in a year. Jonathan does not agree. Jonathan says it's talking about 1 year since he was bedridden. Oh, I really don't like that ending if that's true, but you could be right. This would be the demonstration of it. Let's see. 13 thought to be commissioned as a gift for King Richard II, depicting the nobility of his court with their names. Noblemen were divided into white and black. A real-life chess game between the two sides would play out a decade after its creation. But it's seeming to say this is made in 1384. John Gaunt, this is the person we think placed Thomas as in there. And then Beauchamp and Holingbroke. And then King of England and Thomas Woon, our fourth Baron. That seems very clear that Thomas is alive and well by 1384. Really, that bothers me. That absolutely bothers me. But that seems to be suggesting that Jonathan is right, that this is not talking about but then how are we supposed to answer this? An arrow hit him in the heart, but didn't kill him. It kept him bedridden for a year, during which time Ingrid is poisoning him with belladonna slowly. This doesn't even say that he died, though, after a year. Does it? It says that bad humors plagued him for a year. Then what are we supposed to say how he died and who's responsible? That's really weird to have so much, the majority of this case being about this accidental targeting by an arrow, and then what? We're supposed to conclude that the arrow didn't kill him for a year and that he was poisoned by Ingrid, who wasn't even let near the wounds? Or are we supposed to think that Thomas has killed him with poison? And how are we supposed to decide that he died from poison? I don't understand. I find that very strange. It seems to me a much more natural ending is that that he died from the arrow, but now, I mean, I think I'm convinced by the group that he didn't die from the arrow. I just don't understand then how we're supposed to answer what killed him. I mean, even if we're right about everything, I don't understand how we're supposed to answer it. I think it's implying the food is making everyone ill. How do we conclude that? Bad humors plagued Baron Graves. His phantom dined upon Cherwell's food with bloody lips made poisons. Come on. I mean, we don't have any evidence about any poisoning by the whole family. Let's reread some of this. I mean, I love this case, but I am not loving this ending. I'm just not loving what the structure here is of what it wants from us. I suppose we could read the questions and then maybe the questions are clearer. But what about this? Does this tell us and we didn't read, we don't remember? He seduced women. He eloped with Eleanor. He bore a son. The final years of his life are not well documented. Date of his death still unknown. We know he did the tournament. This is the someone's soul. The ring and armor. That's the armor that we saw on the eBay site. This is a very weird ending with so much of this case, like a majority of it, all telling us how to figure out the motives and how he got shot with the arrow. And then it is inexplicably vague about how he actually died. No mention of him dying. Is that right? Do we not have a single person actually telling us how and when he died? How can that be? How can that be? This is where he wants his bastard son. And this is very weird. Let's take a look at this one again. I'm not visiting London. My lady had a quarrel with the Baron. This is where the lady stabs him. Left his wound infected. Perchance he shall die. I mean, maybe if we had a date for this, we could see that it was after the arrow. I don't understand. This letter does refer to the kennel, yes. It still doesn't help answer any of the questions, though. I mean, she's talking in this second letter about how he's adopted the son, he's legitimized him, and so do we have a year here? In the year 1378. So this seems to maybe date this letter about them having a quarrel about him legitimizing the son. So I think that puts that letter fully years before all of this mess. The only thing we have that suggests he died a year later, not just a year later, 2 years later, right? Because it seems like bad humors plagued him for 1 full year, which made him keep to his bed. Doesn't even say he died from this, though. What the F is going on with the ending of this game? Do you see here where he dies? This says the arrow felled the devil. After the arrow felled the devil, maybe felled is not supposed to mean killed. Maybe it's just it knocked him down into bed. And then he's poisoned for 1382. The next year, throughout midwinter 82. So the next full year he's in bed. Plagued Baron Graves, but 1 full year since Lordly Maid, and you saying that means, you think that just means 1 full year since he's in bed. The Baron kept to his bed, made sickly by the yeoman red. Okay, kept in his bed for a year. Where does it say he's dead? Pay attention to the pattern of I ams consisting of an unstressed syllable followed by a stressed syllable. I feel like that might be trying to say something, but I'll be damned if I'm going to make sense out of that. Well, we may have to go to hints soon or look at the questions, but it's a little bit frustrating. Why is it so frustrating? It's frustrating because I don't know what we're trying to figure out. Like, why is it so? It's like it's as if you're a cop and your boss comes in and says, "Go solve the murder," and you say, "Well, who's murdered?" And the guy says, "I can't tell you who's murdered or when, but you go solve it." Like, I don't understand why it's so hard for us to know when he's dead. Okay, that's not fair. The whole point of this is that they don't know when he's dead. And we're trying to figure out when he's dead. That's part of the game. It's just insane that so much of it is about this arrow. Maybe we should reread the part about the brother going into the priesthood. Sure sounded like he said he killed him, but okay. Mortally, I've sinned mortally. I'm afraid that I might have committed the act of kingslaying. Perhaps I have killed my own flesh. I'm certain it was my arrow that pierced my father's heart. Okay, so it does say he's in bed gasping for breath. I feel he will not survive. Okay, but he is alive. And he was called the cat with his 9 lives. So we think he's alive. We think he's alive and the arrow did not kill him. And he was in bed for a year recuperating. Okay. He was in bed for a year recuperating. We know who wants to kill him, and that's Thomas. Okay. And then Ingrid, and then he was stabbed by the wife, Matilda. Okay, so he wasn't killed by the arrow, and that was 90% of the case was a red herring. And then some random poetry is supposed to tell us all of those key facts that in this cryptic poem, we're supposed to believe he spent a year in bed. And then oddly, it's telling us he spent a year in bed, but not telling us that he died, telling us that he's poisoned. I really, really dislike this. One full year since Wardley made. Oh, okay, anyway. So instead of the Baron, it's just specifically Robert kept onto his bed, made sick, but no answer to whether he died here. So for all we know, he didn't die here either. But we know who wants to kill him. Do we know who wants to kill him? We know 2 people want to kill him. Is that right? Are we overlooking some of this evidence? Does this mean, I wonder if this is telling us that he gave it to the preacher who saved him. I wonder if this priest is a priest who saved his life from the arrow. It just seems we've ignored some of this evidence because it seems so pointless. It doesn't answer anything. What, where are we going to find out when he died? How are we going to find that out? If we think Thomas did it, is there something we're missing? Ingrid has it out for the Robert Graves too, right? Don't forget, we found this with the belladonna in it, but this thing says it wouldn't kill someone. Unlikely to be high enough to be lethal. Unlikely. Love it. That's nice. Nobody knows how he died, even though he had plenty of enemies. I want to read Ingrid's statements again and make sure she's not just after Thomas, right? She thinks Thomas is bad, but they won't let her touch the wound. I will try to visit soon. And then is this a follow-up letter? She hears them arguing. Does this mean this happened after? The Baron threatened me. She hears it. The lady stands up for her, and then she stabs him, and it becomes infected. Okay. Let's read the chat, and then if no one has any better ideas, we'll go ahead and read the questions or hints. I don't see where he dies in 1382. I think it's saying he's alive in 1382, and we know he's dead by 1384. I'm not saying it says he's dead. They don't know the yeoman is the king. They think the yeoman's a monster. We do have a list of corpses from the crypt. Did any of them have dates they could find? It seems that the message is that Robert died in 1383 because he's alive in 13... Okay, I know. I think the priest had a staff. I don't think the priest had the bow. To be fair to those of you who think Thomas was being poisoned, his body was also in the crypt, but I don't believe we have a year. It makes sense if he was buried. He was also buried there. Okay, none of that helps us. All right, we're going to go ahead and read the questions. Surely there's something we're missing, but it seems so open-ended that it could be anything that I don't know how to handle that without reading the fine print of every single document. So we're going to need some guidance. Cryptic killers, medieval missing. No, God help me if I don't open a new page. No, 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 no. I don't know what to click on here. We go to answer. What does it say? Who killed him? Part of my problem is I don't understand if Matilda would prefer the Baron dead if Thomas was going to inherit. Would she be allowed to leave, and what kind of life would she be going to enter? I don't think we... Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Let me try to calm down and not go on tilt here. It's such a shame because it's such an amazing case, and now we're right up against some real pain that is causing me some real frustration and is sort of spoiling some of this. But let's take a break and we'll figure out what to do when we come back. So it's 3:42 a.m. here. We've been playing for almost 5 hours. Jonathan Warner is somehow still got energy and not feeling frustrated. I am absolutely feel the frustration. But I also feel like maybe in the years I've gotten less patient with this stuff, and maybe when a game is bad, it's very easy to get frustrated and be like, I just want this to end. But this is particularly vexing because there's so much about this that I'm loving. And that's partly why it's so frustrating to be now up against this wall. So if Jonathan Warner's not frustrated and is not in a rush to finish it, maybe I shouldn't be either. Okay, I have some real complaints about the structure of the answers to this, but let's try to embrace it. We've got a case from hundreds of years ago, and the whole point is we're supposed to not know when he died and how he died, and his whole thing is he's survived many things that would kill a normal person. So rather than get frustrated by the fact that this whole arrow thing seemed like it was the key, but it might be a red herring, and get frustrated by the confusing poems and stuff, let us try to ignore all that. Maybe we'll look at all the evidence again, but I think maybe what we'll do is now take our time here for a second. Okay, so this was about the tournament. What I think we should do is maybe try to order these things. Like, we've got the autopsy photo of ways that we think might have killed him, and then to that we're adding poisoning. So if we do that, if we do that and we look at his wounds, can we at least list those and then try to come up with dates for those? And I gotta really work hard at not losing it, because I feel when I'm on edge here, any little thing can do it. Okay, so the belladonna, maybe we'll just try to get everything on dates here. The belladonna nightshade is 1382. Okay. We know he's alive in July 1381, alive, hit by arrow in the heart. Somehow he's still alive. Okay, where is our autopsy? Where is our wounds of the skeletal remains? One of the really unfortunate parts of any game where there's a whole trove of evidence online is that becomes inaccessible, hard to review. All right, let's get a list here. There's his arrow to his heart. That's number 2. We're adding the nightshade bowl and the poison. I guess I'll put that down here. Okay, we think this is the wife sticking the pin in his side, which we're told got infected. Abdominal wound, chipped the rib, weapon hit bone and deflected into tissue, maybe hit his gallbladder. I mean, that could absolutely kill him by infection. So pin to the side infection. Maybe we can try to pinpoint what year we think that happened. The shoulder was also was at the tournament. Do we have dates on the tournament? I mean, surely the shoulder wound is not a lethal wound and is surely before the arrows. So we're going to say that's pre-1381. The weird clue is the whole thing getting hit on back of the head that we don't even see here. Skull wound, back of the head, partially caved in, probably weapon with edges, corners like a mace. Do you have any thoughts on that? Where did we learn about that? That one is like one of the bigger mysteries to me, like that I just glossed over. That was some sort of argument with the preacher at the abbey for the relic. Is that right? All of this evidence is useless, but what is this nonsense? Any thoughts on this nonsense? It's a bow. In gratitude to the man who saved my life. I'm going to put this one in the category of things I don't know what the F is going on. Here's Ingrid's letters. This is just about the hunting accident. Here is our dating of the nightshade in 1382. This one seems to suggest that he wouldn't have died until 1383. Throughout the midwinter 82, So the newspaper suggests he's alive through 1382, and that maybe his poisoning is from this bowl. Do we think the bowl and the kennel, like, is that what we're meant to figure out? That Ingrid works there, or whoever works there would have poisoned him? But even if we think someone's poisoning him, how do we know that that's how he died? Here's Harcourt, overeager for justice. This is the whole thing where he shoots him with the arrow by mistake. But we get the year of this. This is in the 13... This is like 4 years before he dies. Okay, here's our intro letter. No one knows how he died, when he died, but he's got lots of wounds. Shall we look at this and make sure we're not missing something? Let's read about where she stabs him. I saw my lady become flesh. They have an argument. I shall not visiting London as I hoped. Matilda had a quarrel. Don't tell anyone. They stood in the kennel and quarreled. They're in the kennel quarreling. So now we know where they were. We know where the kennel is. She's mad that he adopted the bastard. So if that's suggesting that the adopting the bastard was recent to this argument, that puts this letter way early, right? Do we think that that's a reasonable implication? That if she's talking about, if they're arguing about the adoption, then in the year 3 in year 1378. So do we think the fact that that's when they were having this argument, doesn't that suggest that the pin to the side infection would have been 1378? And you think the prior fight was mentioned in the peerage? Okay, let's go read that. Much maligned figure, he starts fights. Avoided death twice. First from a harsh fall down the stairs. That might have gotten that hole that's in the front of his head. Second from a kick from an agitated mule. Okay, several ribs. I guess that's, I don't know. We've got ribs from the arrow. And somehow he's also got ribs broken. Maybe that's what the other ribs are. Okay, so that's the other ribs. And then he went to war. He meets Harcourt. He gets with Eleanor. He's not a great person. Continued his womanizing. Final years are don't know. The tournament was 1377, so that confirms that was way before that. Okay, no mention of the priest there, so I'm not sure where we got that information. So she's being accused of being the person who knows about poisons. He gets stabbed. He collapses. I did with haste slip away from my lady, ran out from the kennel, her crying for help and feigning distress. That night I helped bathe my lady, asked how she fared. Her answer was strange. She assured me I would be safe with her. She faced away from me so she could not see my face, become hard with conviction. The wound the brooch left in the baron is now infected. Perchance he shall die. But I think this was back when got adopted, so many years previously. Now, what about this letter, which is called Part 1, but maybe it did not come before it? Oh, it seems like it before it. She's asking for a visit. Recent happenings. Oh, this is the arrow that hit him. Okay, I'll read that in a second. I'll read the friar thing in a second. So here she is talking about the arrow and how he came down and he looked stricken, and then they go to his bedside. She thinks that the son murdered the father to further their ambition. If this guy ever takes over, he's going to kill us. So they don't have motive. The Matilda and Ingrid don't have motive to kill Robert Graves, because then Thomas takes over and he's going to kick them out. So they don't have the motive to kill Robert Graves. Can we agree on that? I would readily poison Thomas and the rest of the household if he tried to bring harm to my lady. So she might try to kill everyone, but she's not going to try to just kill Robert, because if Thomas takes over, she's in trouble. Okay, the friar is in the historical handbook, says the group. A little bit about heraldry. It's about the layout. The outer bailey, the stable. Okay. All right, here we go about the friar. Okay, legend says during a winter storm, the third Baron argued with a visiting friar, fighting over a holy relic. The Baron apparently stole while on a campaign. The friar shoved the Baron, who fell on the altar, hit his head, leaving a crack. The Baron's son Thomas ordered the friar strip naked, run laps, but then he was allowed to keep on for some time more. So clearly that didn't kill him. And in fact, probably if we read that email again, we'll hear that the guy got back fine. So I think the back of the head predates everything. So I mean, what have we got? We've got that we think he survived the arrow in the heart, survived through 1382, where this poem says he was poisoned very awkwardly. And we know he's dead by 1384. So are we just supposed to guess he died in 1383 through what? He succumbed to what? I mean, how are we supposed to... Are we supposed to see this as Matilda poisoning his wine or something? I don't know. Even if you read this as him being poisoned, I don't know. I went back and listened to when they talk about the kennel in the voicemail. Thank you, because I really did not want to do that. And I think that is one of the real failures with this digital evidence. But the kennel was demolished before 1381. Autumn 1379, the kennel was destroyed. Okay, so I think that just adds confirmation to the fact that this letter about sticking the pin in his side is from the adoption, which was 1378. So I think that's clear. So if we look at our list here, arrow to the heart 1381, pin to the side 1378, broken shoulder 1373, the wound to the head from the fight. I guess we could check this. This is another of that online evidence we might want to check, but it seems clear to me that it's pre the arrow. So this is seems like the latest thing, the latest piece of evidence. I don't even know if you call this evidence, but the latest date seems to suggest, I guess, that he was alive 1382. Although I really hate this. Is there anything about these dental records? No, the dental records just prove that he was not related. That's his penance for this. That's all fine. We know all that. Where is the note from the other priest? No. No. Didn't we get a confirmation? Didn't we get more information about a follow-up from the preacher? Where is that? Why am I not seeing that? What am I not looking for? Didn't one of these emails be about the... Is this the one here? This was about the brother. Oh, we already knew that. I thought we... This is the one maybe I'm thinking of. Okay, he looks through it. He finds information about the staff. The year 1381, the summer of 1381, he had it. He stayed at the Abbey 1381 as he continued his travels. He was gifted the relic by a dying man of nobility. Let's look at this again, see if we can understand this. He mentions the staff of Rowena, which must be this relic. This is the relic they're arguing about. I don't see how this helps us. I really don't. Visiting fire, fighting over a holy relic the Baron stole. This doesn't seem like it's about any of that. The staff Rowena. Okay, anyway, the point is this ridiculous mystery staff, we're told that it was given to him by a dying man of nobility. Surely that's Robert Graves, to try and buy God's favor at the 11th hour. So this is after our guy has been shot by an arrow. And he's just saying, we don't know where it is. I don't understand. I honestly don't understand. All right, let's go to the Hansa. I'm sorry. I mean, okay. Does anyone have anything to add? Anything you want to look at? Anything you want to discuss? Let me take a deep breath. Any ideas? This is an extremely high quality, high produced case. So it feels like we are going to be told that we missed something important. So let's at least identify a couple of items that are totally mystifying me. This staff is a mystification to me. This is a complete mystification to me. Probably this is Robert Graves gave Harcourt this. I don't know how it's relevant to anything, though. And then we barely skimmed through this and this whole grid. Bones. We found the teeth that prove that they're not related. Feels like something is hiding in here, doesn't it? But what? They fish, they find rat, they find dog. Okay, and then in the crypt, 5 people. Robert Graves. They find Thomas Graves. And Sir Lambert. And then we find an urn that's clearly got nightshade. It seems like yeah. Does it matter that even though we think the Duke of Gaunt got Thomas to show up as the fake son, later the Duke and Thomas appear to be in opposing political parties? I don't know how to read anything from that. I mean, it seems like it could very well just be that that was part of the plot to pretend they're in different parties, right? Isn't that just as likely that Gaunt hires Thomas to infiltrate and ruin this family, and the whole point of the plot is pretend that we're enemies? I mean, surely Thomas is not, we know for sure he's not related, so he was part of this plot. Whether he changed his mind once he got rich or whether he's just pretending could go either way. We have no evidence of it, and it doesn't help answer our question. I think if you had to answer this and it wasn't a game, I think your answer would be something like this convoluted thing that we figured out about the arrow shot him in the heart, and then he was bedridden for a year, during which time he must have been poisoned, but not by Ingrid, because they don't want Thomas to take over. So maybe you'd say that Thomas is poisoning him, and that even though nowhere does it say when he died, we'd have to assume that since we know he was dead by 1384, and he was alive through the winter of 1382, you'd have to say he must have died in 1383 to poison. And that even though no one tells us that, we know he was poisoned for a year, and maybe complications from the arrow and the poison. If that's true, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Let's assume this means that he didn't die of the arrow. Let's just put the arrow aside then. And let's say the whole business with the arrow and Thomas and this note is to tell us that Thomas is actually going to kill him. Let's assume that Thomas is going to be the poisoner, because Ingrid shouldn't have a motive to poison. Ingrid has said in a letter way back in 1377 or 1381, when this arrow hits him, she says, God help us if he dies, because Thomas is going to take over and kick out my lady and steal all her stuff. So even if it's totally unspoken, the person who would have had the motive to kill Robert Graves is Thomas. So the question is then, if we assume Thomas killed him, even though this doesn't say he died of poisoning, it says he's been poisoned for a year in bed. What would we, how would we get proof of that? Or is the whole thing that we're not supposed to get proof? Surely not. We've got this nightshade. I mean, what's to stop the if this doesn't say he died, what's to stop the solution being that in 1383 someone put a knife in his liver? Why is poisoning better than that? Unless we think this says he died a year after. If this does suggest he died in 1383, then how do we answer? Do we just say it's Thomas because Thomas was the only one for the motive? Is that really what we're going to say? Where is the... I mean, we do have this urn, which is from the period we care about. Is there any way to connect this with Thomas? Is there a way to connect this with Thomas? It's in grid 69. They take the DNA. Two samples of plant DNA. Oat and nightshade. But then this seems to say this wouldn't have killed him. But if he's in bed for a year, maybe that means it kills him. Testing of the remaining pottery sample. Grid 69, how does that help us? Oh boy. Okay. Grid 69 is here. Which is the kitchen. All right. I think it's indicating slow poisoning, not enough to kill in one dose. I mean, I think, yes, that's our assumption, but then how do we... Okay, so I am really curious what it's going to say we overlooked, but I think we got two choices now, Jonathan. We're either going to we either go through the hints or we go and try to answer it and say Thomas poisoned him in 1383. So what do you think? Do you want to go to the hints or go to the solution? Okay, I feel great because the frustration has been burned out. We've burned out the frustration. We've gone through it. We've gone through the frustration. We've come out the other side. Now I'm just ready to give up on life. It's like the learned helplessness. Let's have a vote. I've accepted my fate. I've accepted defeat. All right, so what are we voting on, Jonathan? How are we voting on this? All right, here's your vote. Read the hints. Try to answer the thing. We can either read through all the hints. We can try to answer the question and then backtrack the hints if we get wrong. Or we can go through the whole thing again. Jonathan says, I mean, vote on how we think he died. Who's responsible? Okay, let's vote on how you think he died and who's responsible in what year. So I'm voting 1383, poisoning by Thomas, the fake son. And I'll be damned if I know where the evidence for that's supposed to come from. I only know I've convinced myself that there should be no motive. Although Ingrid's a little iffy. But the fact that she's convinced that if Thomas takes over, she's in trouble. I don't know. How do you explain that, though, Jonathan? Like, you say if Ingrid is poisoning, but I agree with you. She is the poisoner type, but if Ingrid's poisoning, how do you make sense of her saying that in 1381, remember, this is the old letter where the wife stabbed. In the latest letter, when the arrow hits him, she says, I believe in my heart it's his sons trying to kill him. Because if they kill their father, then he's going to steal the jewels of my lady and send her out to fend for herself. And even as I write the words, I seethe with anger. I would rather poison Thomas. I would rather poison Thomas and the rest of the household if he tries to bring harm to my lady. But she hasn't poisoned Thomas. Thomas goes on to lead the castle. So I don't understand. She has no motive to kill Robert Graves and not Thomas. I mean, if it's going on for a year, surely she knows. And also, that would make sense if this newspaper article was saying how the whole family was sick, but it doesn't seem to say it's sick. Does it? I really can't understand this thing, but it doesn't seem like it says his phantom dined on Cherwell's food, whose bloody lips made poison throughout midwinter 82. Bad humors plagued Baron Graves. Bad humors plagued Baron Graves. One more thing. Do you think this is some sort of clue? Pay attention to the pattern of iambic iambs consisting of an unstressed syllable followed by a stressed syllable. You don't think it's saying that there's some hidden secret message in here, do you? A book of Middle English poetry. 2 stanzas stuck out. I really dislike this. All right, everyone's gone, Jonathan. No one else is even voting. Jonathan says she just poisoned the food for everyone, but it only killed the one person that got her in trouble. All right, anyone want to join in here? Anna has joined us. I would think Anna would have loved this historical case. We could really use her on this case. The arrow plot was so much more interesting, more aha moments as well. It should have been the arrow that killed him and the poem about his ghost and the dying fake heir. Much better story. Yeah, I 100% agree. That seems like the better story. The better story is that article is about Thomas dying. I would have said you were wrong, but it has been pointed out, I think, by Marco that this seems very unambiguous that Thomas is alive in 1384. So unless we're overreading this and I'm completely right about this and Thomas is poisoned but not dead. Could I have been right about this? Could I have been right about this talking about 1 year since the new Baron, Thomas, but it didn't kill him? I wonder if that's the answer. Okay, I'm going to revise. I'm going to completely revise my thing based on Anna's encouragement. I'm going to have a different thought here. I'm probably going to regret this, but let me make my case. About an hour and a half ago, I proposed that this is telling us that the new Baron Thomas has been in bed for a year since Robert Graves died. And the idea is that Robert Graves is the Red Yeoman who's getting revenge on Thomas, who's the new lordly made Baron Graves. That doesn't really make sense, but okay. So I propose that this meant our guy Robert Graves died from the arrow in 1381, and that Thomas was sick and poisoned in bed, and I proposed that it was Ingrid trying to kill off Thomas. And the reason that that theory fell apart is because the channel pointed out, no, Thomas didn't die from poisoning. But I guess what I'm saying now is, might we interpret this as saying that Robert Graves is killed in 1381? This is a poem about Thomas, the new Lord Baron Graves, being sick for a year, but just that he didn't die. And so, sure, he's still alive in 1384, but that's still him they're talking about. Do they call him Baron Graves? Would they call Thomas Baron Graves, though? Okay, Jonathan has a new thought. I'm going to stop this vote since no one but Jonathan is doing it. All right, Jonathan, what's your thought? Do we have a year they think they dug up the brooch? Do we have a year of the brooch? Let's take a look at the brooch. Where's our evidence about the brooch? Okay, so here's the brooch, which maybe we should study. We noticed it was missing some jewels. Personal artifact number 13, brooch found in Outer Bailey in unidentified ruined building. It's named Matilda. So it's Matilda's found in the ruined kennel. Which makes sense. It's just telling us that she stabbed him with the brooch in 1371 or so, way before it burned down. Jonathan says, never mind. Okay, so now we're going to decide. Do we just read the hints or do we try to answer it? I think maybe we should try to answer it. And then hopefully it'll tell us we're wrong on our two guesses, and then we'll read hints. So I have now two guesses. 1381, 82, and it's Thomas and the arrow that killed him, or Thomas has poisoned him. Okay, here we go. And then we're going to talk about it. All right. Who killed the third Baron, Robert Graves? I think we've got a bunch of different answers here. Let me write down all the answers. It's not asking us actually for a year now. So you think it was Ingrid. Is that right, Jonathan? You think it was Ingrid. The one guess is Ingrid. Where's Ingrid's letters? Do we have a last name for Ingrid? We just have Ingrid. I'm not sure we have a full name for Ingrid. Ingrid. Okay, and then the other one is Thomas. Thomas. I guess we just put in Thomas. And then the other one is Lambert. This is troublesome. Enter the killer's name. And yet we've got people that we know their first name, and it's Thomas of this, and where's our Lambert of Harcourt? Why not just tell us to put their first name? It's not like they have the same first names. All right, I'm going to put Jonathan's thing first. I don't know if it's going to tell us. Hopefully it'll just tell us we're wrong, right? It's not going to say wrong and here's the answer. Okay, Jonathan thinks it's Ingrid. Let's see what happens. Nope. Ingrid appears to have an alibi. Okay, so it's not Ingrid. At least it knew who we were talking about. So the question is my guess that it was the arrow that killed him? And then the newspaper article is about Thomas. I'm going to say that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go for what I think that would be a better answer, but I'm 50-50 on this. In fact, I'd say this is less likely, but I'd be very much happier if the answer was Lambert. But it's either Lambert or Thomas. But okay, what if it was the arrow that killed him? Okay, if the arrow did kill him, then it's 1381. So now this is my newspaper theory. So let's help me out if I'm right. I'm not sure I'm right, but if I'm right, then the arrow killed him in 1381, and then throughout 82, the new Baron. Okay, so that's what my guess is going to be, that the arrow actually did kill him in 1381. By an arrow. Holy shit. Holy shit, it was my reading of the newspaper. All right, let's make sense of this. Look at this final article. Friday, 16 October 2020. For centuries, amateur and professional historians alike have obsessed over Robert the Cat Graves, 3rd Baron Cherwell, and one of medieval Britain's most fascinating figures. New evidence has shown that Graves' death was no less intriguing than his life, as one of the Baron's closest friends was behind his murder. An excavation of Cherwell Castle, led by Giselle Evans of the University of South England, uncovered Graves' skeleton. A team of archaeological investors was assigned to pinpoint the year and cause of death. The party to blame was Sir Lambert of Harcourt, a knight in Graves' service who, while fiercely loyal to the Baron, harbored a grudge against Thomas of Lewinor, the future 4th Baron Cherwell. On a summer day in 1381, Graves and his 2 sons, Thomas and Henry, set out to hunt in the woods near the castle. The investigation suggested Harcourt saw an opportunity to kill Thomas under the guise of a hunting accident. Harcourt ascended one of the towers in Cherwell Castle, took up a vantage point where he could shoot at the hunters with a bow and arrow. Unbeknownst to Harcourt, Graves had borrowed a coat of armor from Thomas. As the Baron emerged from the woods, Harcourt fired under the mistaken impression that the man he was shooting was Thomas, and his arrow hit home. To come to this conclusion, the investigative team used medieval documents to establish a timeline of events backed up by modern scientific analysis to fill in any gaps. This helped eliminate other possible suspects and nail down the year of Graves' death, which had not previously been established. Speaking at a conference last Monday, Evans said, "Modern technology has been essential in our research. 3D reconstruction of the castle revealed undiscovered methods, undiscovered windows, undiscovered method of murder. Shooting Graves from the Castle Osprey's Tower was shown to be possible in 1381, even though the structure has since collapsed." Evans went on to explain excavation has received new wave of funding from government grants and private donors. Team members at Cherwell Castle say the funding will go towards further paleo DNA testing, like that which helped shine a light on the sources behind other wounds on Graves' skeleton. Already, Evans was able to identify the 9 fabled life-threatening events that earned Robert the Cat his moniker. Tumbled down the castle staircase, check. Kicked in the chest by a mule, check. Nearly shot by a French yeoman, I don't remember that one. Nearly drowned in the River Cherwell, don't remember that one. Attacked by an embittered squire. Violently unhorsed in a joust, yes, we saw that. Cracked skull from an ecclesiastical scuffle, yes. Stabbed by an enraged lover, yes. And then slain. So we got most of those. I think some of those were not in our case. The course of the investigation also saw the resolution of a rash of thefts from the excavation. Clairwell County Constabulary has arrested Bartholomew Spencer, a member of the excavation staff, for the theft and resale of several artifacts. The Cherwell Historical Volunteer Club, which maintains the Cherwell Castle as a tourist destination, has vocally complained about not receiving a share of the research funding. A representative from the University of South England commented that the club will receive several key artifacts after the excavation is complete as a sign of goodwill, including a medieval brooch and Harcourt's bow, which was used to kill the Baron himself. So, a summary of the clues. Did you find them all? So, before we read this, Jonathan says, I'd like to confirm if the article was about Thomas being poisoned. I'm hoping it is going to tell us that. Assuming it does, then that's good work to me. And I have to say, it was Anna that pushed me to rethink the fact that my original theory was so good, I didn't want to let it go. And Anna gave encouragement. She said that theory was much better. And it did take us that extra hour and a half to convince me that the reason posed for why this my theory couldn't be true, which was a great memory, that the chessboard, but it took me an hour and a half to convince myself that the chessboard didn't invalidate this theory. So let's read, let's make sure that that's true, and then we'll discuss. Okay, Friar Herman visited the castle, served as the priest, the quest, the staff. They fought, pushed over, suffered a severe head wound, which matches that. But a letter from Giselle explains that he bought the holy relic in the summer of 1381, meaning he got it and he was fine. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, Lady Matilda. Motive, he was controlling. She lashed out. But Matilda's handmaiden, Ingrid, wrote a letter to a friend that summarized a fight. That gave her a good motive. And they found the wounds from her brooch. But the stabbing occurred in the kennels, which were not noted in modern-day excavation. We know they were destroyed in 1379. Thus, she could only be the killer if he died earlier than 1379. I mean, we theorize that she could have poisoned him afterwards. There's no... Oh, here, maybe it's going to tell us this here. Ingrid. Ingrid harbored a grudge. Yes, okay, fine. We found the belladonna. That's fine. A minstrel's ballad quoted in the Upper Thames Herald tells the story of a ghost poisoning the food at Cherwell Castle, everyone becoming sick, in particular the Baron. The ballad mentions the events take place in 82 or 1382. Notably, it also mentions the Baron was but 1 year since lordly made, suggesting the Baron who was poisoned inherited the title less than a year ago. Thus, Ingrid could only be the killer if Robert Graves dies in 1382, though it is suggested he had already died by that time. I mean, I was absolutely right. I'm not sure this explanation is all that clean, though. Ingrid could only be the killer if Robert Graves died in 1382. That is not right. That is not her alibi. Her alibi is that the article is about, I mean, it's not suggested that he already died. I guess the point is, I don't know that this is an alibi. I don't know that this alibi makes sense to me. The motive was the reason I said it couldn't be Ingrid, and we also didn't have any evidence, but this was my theory. My theory is that very confusing newspaper article was lordly made, talking about the new Baron. That's very tricky. Very tricky. All right, so I guess the only other one we need to look at is Sir Thomas. I mean, we know the other brother didn't do it. Thomas of Lewinor, later Thomas Graves, was supposedly a bastard son of Robert Graves, who was legitimized and welcomed into a life at Cherwell Castle. His position as a potential successor for the barony of Cherwell made him a key suspect. Thomas was at the heart of a conspiracy by the Duke of Lancaster to ruin the Graves family. If Thomas was able to dispose of both Graves and Henry, he would inherit a noble title. Modern DNA evidence proves Thomas to be a charlatan with no blood relation to Graves, who lied about his parentage to join a noble household. A chess set depicting British nobles from 1384 shows Thomas became the 4th Baron Cherwell, suggesting his plan to climb the ranks of nobility succeeded. In Henry Graves' account, where he confesses, he mentions both he and Thomas shot arrows. Henry takes the blame. Thomas may have shot Graves and let Henry retreat into a monastic lifestyle, eliminating him from the succession. As well, one of Ingrid's letters states she wasn't allowed to treat Graves' hunting wounds, which she thought Thomas was pleased about, leaving Graves to die and Thomas to inherit. Okay, let us start by reading this statement from Jonathan. Jesse was right. Kudos. So, all right, well, we've been playing for an extra hour. There's still 16 viewers. Let's see how many are here in 8 minutes when we get back and talk about the case. We've been playing for almost 6 hours. 8 more minutes isn't going to kill us. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll talk about this case. So we've just finished playing Cryptic Killer's Murder in Medieval Britain, and I'm going to give you my spoiler-free quick thoughts, and then we'll go to the chat and have a more spoiler-filled discussion. 6 hours, we're a little bit worn out from this, but I would say this. I think the setup and the initial hour or two into this case was one of my favorite cryptic killers we've played. I think the going back and looking at this very old story and some of the multimedia and some of the documents were so enjoyable to look at, like a little history lesson in a very cool period. And so I loved it. But there is an odd thing here, which is that this is a rated 4 out of 5 difficulty. But I think that's somewhat accurate, but in a very confusing, weird way. Most of the difficult cryptic killers are really enjoyably difficult. They're enjoyable to find the hidden clues and connections and make it make sense. And they're sort of consistently difficult. What we got here is a case that was redundant, that was easy in almost all respects, where we got redundant confirmations of clues in ways we usually don't, so that really we had an easier time understanding the case than with most hard cryptic killers cases. And then we hit a brick wall. And we hit a brick wall because some of the not critical evidence, but some of the evidence was so confusing to understand that it derailed us. And because the case was otherwise easy, that also confused us. And then the real capper that made everything painful and frustrating was how ambiguous the assignment was and how weird the assignment was to identify the year at which this happened. It sort of was like, well, are we missing huge chunks? Are there key things we're missing? Or should we just give the year that seems right? And so we spent a good hour and a half, 2 hours, having already solved everything it needed us to solve, spending 2 hours trying to convince ourselves of how to answer the questions. And I think the final explanation of some details left a lot to be desired. So I guess I would say this is the first Cryptic Killers, maybe Murder of a Millionaire a little bit too, but the first one that's really, I wish they made I would hope for them to make a second edition of this and just tweak up that ending stuff a little bit. Maybe they could remove some of the redundant confirmations, and that would be a nice, clean, difficult case. But as it is, I might have a little bit of a hard time recommending this. I mean, it is wonderful. The documents are wonderful and the story is wonderful. So I would still recommend it, but I don't think the ending was handled all that deftly here compared to other cases. Your mileage may vary. Okay, now we'll have our spoiler-filled discussion with the chat. I think, Jonathan, you really did mention something that I think is true, which is we got this thing that really caused an hour of pain and frustration. This random lines from a random poetry book about this guy that we had a really hard time understanding. But what Jonathan was saying, which I agree with, is if we never had this, like a very weird thing happened where like an arrow hit him in the heart. Okay, it must have killed him. There's the answer. The year the arrow hit him, we figured it out early, 1381. Done. He was killed in 1381 by the arrow. And then we figured out who killed him early on. We figured out this whole intricate plot and mistake, and it felt like 2 hours ago we had the solution to the case. And the ironic thing is, the crazy thing is, if we had answered the questions 2 hours ago, we would have gotten a perfect score. We would have gotten it perfectly right. But what happened is we got derailed for 2 hours trying to make sense out of this and used this and second guessing the arrow in his heart killing him. That's, boy, that is a lot less than ideal. That if you didn't look at this, or if you did what sometimes happens, sometimes in these cases you get a piece of evidence, you're like, I cannot make sense of this, I'm just going to discount it. And if we had done that, maybe we would have just gone with the obvious thing. I don't know. I think because of the nature of this game, because of the nature of this case, you really could have picked other culprits. You could have just said, the game is never going to tell us when he actually dies, and he's managed to survive all these other things. Why can't I just invent an idea that it didn't kill him, and 6 months later a rabbit bit him and he died? Like, what's to stop that from being the solution? Nothing. There's no part of this game that constrains it. It never tells you when he dies. And so you could come up with any theory once you got people who have motives. So I really don't like that part. I suppose you could say that this tried to tell us when he died, but it was so confusing. I really don't think it needed to be this confusing. Now, in all fairness, I did figure it out. But boy, was I not confident, and boy, did it really make us struggle. Like, why? Why does this have to be 3 times more complicated than it is? Unstressed syllables, stressed syllables, and these confusing things that I still don't understand what all of this means. I really can't help but feel this could have been done better. Again, with that said, I was very thrilled when I figured out that perhaps the Baron Graves being sick 1 year since was really talking about Thomas, who inherited the name. But look how tricky this is. First, it tricked us by these dates are weird. Midwinter 82, could be a different midwinter, like year since. It's not clear if 82 is a year since or if it's a year since 82. And then he's called Baron Graves for the first time. He's not really called that anywhere else. And then all the different phrases that's using differently. And this whole stuff, made sickly by the yeoman. I mean, are they all getting poisoned? Is just he getting poisoned? What bloody lips are you talking about? Very confusing. But part of where we almost got into trouble here is when I was so proud of myself for my reading of this. And then the chat, Marco, I think, pointed out, hey, you got to be wrong on your theory that they're talking about Thomas being poisoned, because Thomas is still alive 4 years later. And that completely threw me off my theory. It was only at the end when Anna was like, that original theory was much better than what it seems like has happened, that I realized, oh, there's still a way to reconcile it with Thomas being alive. He just didn't die. And I do like that we basically got rid of the motives for Ingrid. That's what I think. But you could say just as reasonably that, couldn't you hypothesize that he didn't die of the arrow and Thomas poisoned him? Wouldn't that be just as good an answer? That he didn't die of the arrows, he survived with his wounds for a few months, in which case Thomas killed him in his sleep or poisoned him? Like, there's no evidence against that. Except for the fact that it seems like if you get an arrow in your heart, you'd be dead. The belladonna pot is 1380, I don't know what year. 1382 is the belladonna pot. But does that mean it's found after a year of poisoning? Some of this stuff was amazing. The song was amazing. It was amazing to hear the song about this and be able to confirm these people. It was weird, though. Wasn't it weird how easy most of it was? And when I say easy, what I mean is that actually we had a lot of fun figuring things out. But after we figured it out with the evidence we had, we got like 6 additional emails, and all they did was say, here's another way to make sure you understand this. That was a little weird. Like maybe one of those emails was good. One of the emails that was the bottom strip of paper, but all the others were like, yes, you're right about this. Yes, you're right about this. So those made it much easier. I feel like they would have been better off if they removed those and did that newspaper article better. That newspaper article could have been a proper found historical document, which was much clearer about the dates. And then once we had that kind of stuff, I think maybe it would have made a little bit more sense. I did really like the story and the history, though. Okay, any other thoughts from the channel? Laura Rourke says, John says, overall, I enjoyed the case, had a unique feel. And Alara is responding to Jonathan saying, not at all, your energy helped us go through the case. That's absolutely true. If Jonathan had not said, slow down, I'm not frustrated, let's take our time, I would have bailed 2 hours ago. I absolutely would have bailed 2 hours ago. So Jonathan kept us going. And I don't know how he does it. And Anna also was the one that pushed me to rethink my theory. So the 2 core detectives here pulled through at the end. The lesson is we probably should have just guessed the more obvious solution first. I am going to completely disagree with that. No, I don't think that's right, Jonathan. That is not the lesson I would take. I think if we had guessed the obvious solution first, which sometimes is what we do and sometimes is wise, then we would have missed out on the whole payoff of coming back to this theory and reconciling an answer to how this could be true and this could be true. To me, that was the best moment. The moment that came 2 hours of 2 hours of after frustration, coming back and saying, we're about to guess wrong, but there is a way to make this about Thomas getting poisoned and this still be true. It is weird that the epilogue didn't, I guess maybe it did say that Ingrid was poisoning them a little bit, but so I think this is a case finally where the 2 hours of frustration not giving up actually did pay off. Although I was fully prepared to be angry and wrong. The song was so good. And this was so good. Some of the stuff, and this story was pretty damn good too, and figuring out why Jonathan was right about, Jonathan, you were completely right about why he shot him thinking it was him. So that whole story wrapped up really nicely, and I liked reading the story about Ingrid. And it's kind of fun to have, and this story about the son who blamed himself was fantastic. Like, all of the story stuff was great here. It's weird that some of the stuff was easy. Like, this feels like this tale of the battle, of the tournament, this was kind of a miss, right? Because this is normally something that we would have fun trying to figure out who was at the end. But sort of when we read this, we're like, yeah, it's clear. It's Lambert versus Graves, and he's hurt his shoulder. and yet the game seemed to think this was going to be significantly more harder than it was. So that was weird. I mean, that combined with this, but it was totally unnecessary. That's a missed opportunity to make that a fun little puzzle. But yeah, very well done, though. Any other thoughts in the chat before we wrap up after 6 hours, 15 minutes? Yeah, it was almost too easy. That's why I thought there was an extra twist. I agree with you. I agree with you. It was too easy, and the twist was the trap. I do think as a general rule, it's very bad to have key parts of the solution depend on trying to make sense of really weirdly written, ambiguous text. It should rely on putting together clues from different parts and making them make sense, rather than figuring out one weird interpretation of text. Well, we had a whole bunch of people joining us in the beginning of this stream for the first 3 hours, and understandably, most of them have disappeared. As the hour gets late, it's 5 a.m. here, so it might be interesting. We'll see if people watch the second half of this case when they wake up and get some more time, and if we get some more comments here on this video afterwards. Thank you all for joining me. Jonathan Warner, thanks as always. Everyone else who joined along, I especially appreciate the patience while I went through the frustration. It's nice to finally have one session where we walk through the frustration past the other side. Normally, I just freak out. It is a bit of a shame they couldn't figure out a way to ask you the question about Thomas being the Baron that was poisoned so you could officially answer it. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. A little bit of a missed opportunity there, too. Okay. I'll see some of you in a couple of hours for our Dear Holmes play-by-mail. Looks like I'm not going to be getting much sleep. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time.